Hello, everyone. It is Saturday, the 16th of March, 2024, and I was supposed to have an interview slash meeting with someone from a social media platform, and I really I was hesitant about really getting excited about it because this is again like a news outlet. I'm not going to mention who this person represents, but they are funded by political parties, you know what I mean? And they are pushing an agenda. And so even with what's going on with Israel and Palestine, for example, this group also is getting it very wrong. And there are people within this organization that have bragged about things they have no business bragging about, that are crimes against humanity, that are advocating for and pushing for crimes against humanity, and making, again, false allegations, false claims, false assumptions. And I have repeatedly been calling this out. Repeatedly. Like even from the beginning, for this, even October 7th, look at my videos, especially on Rumble, Don189, if you are not there, because a lot of my videos from YouTube get deleted. And in the downcast in the algorithms and things like that, so you're not seeing them. So it's the same weekend, like the 7-Eleven weekend. So I'm like, this possibly could be a ruse, because of the timing. You know, every year around this time I seem to get fucked with, and so this is a strange coincidence. And so but again, I'm not paranoid. It's just I look at coincidences and I just assess it based on that and not put all my eggs in one basket. That's all I do when I make assessments. It's not that I'm convinced in any one direction until I get more evidence and more proof to suggest otherwise. So anyways, that was a bummer because I was supposed to see family. I had to cancel that, and I was gonna go to the gym. Didn't go to the friggin' gym. Don't want to anymore. Yeah, it is what it is, but just a waste of a friggin' day now. And again, if this was intentional, that it's just annoying, expected, but still like everyone wants to fuck with people that are truthers. And I don't understand why, because we are literally not the fucking criminals here. Like Jeremy McKenzie, Tamara Leach, like so many friggin' people that are trying to fucking cause less harm in the fucking world. People want to fucking destroy our lives or mess with our lives, and I don't understand. I'm literally trying to do the opposite of that in my daily practices, and these are people that are alleged to be truthers. These are people that are alleged to be whistleblowers. These are people that are alleged to be on the right side of humanity. These are people alleged to be telling the freaking truth, and I'm just like, you are doing none of that. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, so it's just unfortunate, but I'm not going to ever not try, because that in itself is a defeat, right? So even though I knew going into it, I get canceled on, yes, it's probably just another way to fuck with people that are in the truther community, because you think we're trying to get your money. You think we're trying to take your job from you. We're not. It's just that you're not doing a fucking job. And because of that, we are losing people that we care about, even within our truther community. So if people haven't noticed, there's people that talk about free energy that go missing. There are people that talk about Boeing screwing people over that get suicided. There are people that talk about so many fucking things, that are literally telling the truth to save the fucking world, and they get a lot of bad things happening to them on a literal regular basis. That Boeing thing just fucking happened. I'm sorry for swearing. It's just that I get a little frustrated because people don't understand that by going against us, they're also the people, they're kicking people when they're down, and they're kicking people that are trying to fucking help. I hope this makes sense. I really hope it does. And again, around the 7-Eleven, if you didn't get my video from this morning, it's because for some occult groups, that the ones that understand astrotheosophy and the sun's path that I talk about on a regular freaking basis, you have it where on the 20th of March of every single year, you have the spring equinox, and you have it where day and night, and then it does its sunny path through the above us. And anyways, I don't want to get distracted with that, but and so you have March for some people because it's the spring equinox, and where you start the year with Aries, and Aries even in astrology is the first count. It just so happens to be when they started, and that's when the sun rises in the east at 6 a.m. and stuff like that. It's seen as the first month, and then so that's why with September, that month, even with Set, the numéro 7, the number 7 in French is Set. And so in the Latin and in other languages as well, there's the correlation with Sept and September, and then number 7. So even with September 11th, that can also be seen as 7-11 in some groups, like I've said. So even with so also with March, tomorrow is the 17th of March. Just confirming, yes. And so March, if that's considered to be the first month, so March, April, May, June, July, August, September, 7th month, and then you've got September, October. You know, technically it could be seen as the 8th month octagon, 8 sides. November, 9 sides. December, like decathlon, that's like correlating with 10 sides. And so, yeah, so like March could be seen as the first month. So 1/17 or 17-1 or whatever you want to look at it can be correlated with the 7-11. And so many things I can unpack with that, but I just wanted to explain that. And so just a vent. It's just really annoying that people just fuck with people that are just like not bad people. And it is what it is. And I wouldn't say, and I wouldn't refuse, because just in case this person was actually serious and actually did plan on coming, I would absolutely, obviously, I've proven it. I welcomed and opened my home, gave my fucking address, all of that stuff. And to get the truth out, risk to myself, especially being a woman, and this is a man and stuff like that. And I don't invite people to my fucking house. I don't like giving my address out because of what's happened to me in the past. Always. And I still, again, because like for me, I am like that's me being of service and trying to. And so like people really do kick people when they're trying to help. Anyway, bloodlines. With anything, whatever you put emphasis on as being a certain way or being perceived a certain way, like that's the way it's going to be interpreted, because perception is reality. And so if you believe that certain bloodlines or certain families or certain groups are superior to you, then that's on you, right? But when I look at people that are seen as like the monarchy or royalty or elite groups or whatever like that, like what I've talked to these people in various different like areas in life, like I have a lot of life experience for my age, but when I've talked to these people, I've never saw anyone that was like, you know, like overly impressive where like they were just like better than me every single way because of their blood. Like it's just ridiculous to me, right? And so it's like with the emperor with his new clothes, that he didn't have any clothes on, and everyone in the friggin' like his village, like that he walked out to butt ass naked, like they were like, oh, look at those nice the garments that the freaking king is wearing. He looks so amazing. Blah blah blah. The guy's freaking naked, walking around, fucking showing his dick to all your fucking kids. Sorry for being so graphic. And you're just like, amazing outfit. It's just the most amazing outfit. Because if you didn't say that, then you were like then you were not part of the freaking majority, right? Appeal to majority. It's so ridiculous. And then a kid called it out, like, why is that guy naked? And like that kid was murdered. No, I'm just joking. I don't think he was. I'm exaggerating. But yeah, like we need to call things out instead of like just like going with the deceit. Like just like you don't have to do it. And so yeah, even with what people are interpreting as satanic bloodlines, like I believe that Satan is a mythological figure. I believe that he's a representation of Saturn, Saturn's rulership through Capricorn and Aquarius. These are constellations. These are zodiacal signs that the luminary Saturn rules over, and it just so happens to be during the North American winter month period. And Capricorn is represented. The image in North America or tropical astrology, Capricorn is represented as a goat and with horns and everything, and Aquarius as a human. And so even with Satan or the devil is seen as a half human, half goat, with the horns and the goat horns and stuff like that as well. And even with the red correlation with the root chakra and red and lead and Saturn and Chronos. Like there's so many different things with the different luminaries and their misrepresentation in so many different scripts and texts and hieroglyphs and petroglyphs and friggin' books I've seen out there. That's why like I'm like I need to write a friggin' book, but like I don't even know where to friggin' start, because like literally fucking literally fucking everything, man. Like it's just so hard to unpack. Like even Walter Russell, like he's brilliant. I have his books, and he's wrong about he was a globe earther, you know, or was he? Like I don't know, but like his work is great regarding electricity and magnetism, but he's not connecting it with the luminaries and the sun and the moon and the possible impact they have with the interaction with the cosmos. But anyway, so bloodlines, like even within my family, there are people like my direct descendants are people like Braveheart, like William Wallace, and then on my father's side, like with French. Oh, so like my family side, like on my mother, like very heavily like Irish, Scottish, especially Irish, and then on my father's side, French, and from France, and from like Jesuit background, the negative blood types. Like even my grandfather on my father's side, he donated his blood regularly because he was O negative, a universal donor. And so with blood groups as well, there are people like that are universal donors, universal receivers, people that are more impacted by viruses and diseases and illnesses by design, and and rare blood types than others. But again, like this has nothing to do with a superiority of the human, the individual, and because again, it's our souls that are inhabiting this avatar through the mind that is making the connection from the exterior higher level consciousness or dimensions that we just can't comprehend in this cosmos. And so, like just like a video game, like I say, this is like an electromagnetic reality, but it's light in motion. This is a holographic reality, light in motion, vibrating light, the visible and non-visible spectrum that's creating it in this reality. And so like again, like the best representation or example I can give is a hologram. But even within a hologram like that we create, it's nowhere near as advanced, nor will it be, because again, we're not as evolved as our creators. Like I hope that makes sense to people. But like and so so we are technically like holographic, whatever you want to call it. It's experiencing density and mass and time and stuff like that within this cosmos, but again, that's part of the video game. And so just like when I play like Super Mario Brothers, like I'm not Mario in real life, if that makes sense. And then I can like play the game whenever I want. I can like stop it, I can save it, do different levels, and you know what? Yeah, I love that. Like, yeah, perturbations in the ether. And they actually took, I don't know how, like I got to do more digging into it, but like in a lot of different science books, apparently in the early 1800s, they took out ether out of the periodic table. And so there is information that suggests that that's a fact. But again, like I'm open to being corrected, because again, even with like literature that's like from older times, I am cognizant that there are people that are either fake throughout history, or there's like still like even within the text or the symbology within like the books that are being written, there's still like underlying messages that are being relayed that's not being written down, that people just have to be aware of. Is the what I don't even want to call it, like the actual messaging within the text, if that makes any sense. I hope it friggin' does. Like this stuff is all friggin' complicated, and it is what it is. And then I'm going to talk about chemtrails, because like now there's weather modifications, contrails, geoengineering. It's all getting more out in the open. People are finally admitting it, and so now people like me are not getting yelled at as much on that. Where the fuck is that video? Sorry, I'm looking for the friggin' the bloodlines. Jesus. Okay, there we are. Okay, I found it. Oh my goodness. So I'll start with the bloodlines. Again, I have not watched this yet. It's from The War Against You. I will like it if I will press like if I like it, is what I mean. And so like let's see what they have to say. I've shared a lot of videos about bloodlines, about royalty lineages, about the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Orsinis, those groups that are actually the Rockefellers. And
Hey internet friends.
Hello.
In this video, I am reading a chapter straight out of my new book, The Deep State Encyclopedia. The book is available to purchase in the link in the description, both in print and digital form. And I don't know how long this video is going to stay up on my channel, given that I'm about to talk about the things that you're not allowed to talk about on YouTube. So if you want to read more, if you want to know more about dangerous information and stories that have been censored off the internet, I have all that and more in my book. I also have my videos backed up on my website, and you can also find me on places like Gab and the other channels who don't censor the same things that YouTube does. So, the whole spiel. I'll just get to it. This is House of Rockefeller. One of the richest and most influential families in American history is the Rockefeller family. John D. Rockefeller Sr., who was born in New York in 1839, built the family fortune. America's first billionaire, John D., was son of William Rockefeller Sr., otherwise known as Devil Bill, an American businessman, lumberman, herbalist, salesman, snake oil salesman, and con artist. Devil Bill first worked as a lumberjack before becoming a
sound elite to
traveling
me.
salesman selling elixirs and posing as a botanic physician under the pseudonym Dr. William Livingston. His son, John D., started out in the oil business as a bookkeeper and later as a partner in a refinery company. He established the Standard Oil Company in 1870, and it grew to be one of the biggest and most successful oil companies in the whole world. The ruthless business practices of John D. Rockefeller Sr. included monopolizing the oil industry, undercutting rivals, and
So they monopolized the oil industry, and they still are. And that's also a scam. And I've also said that petroleum is not a fossil fuel for anyone that's yelling at me through the screen saying talk about the fucking oil scam and stuff like that. I'm aware of it. I've talked about it in videos for years. So take a look at those. And yes, it is abundant. Yes, it is the second most abundant fluid in the world. Yes, there is no chance that it's going to be depleting its reserves anytime soon. However, it also stems from possibly tree root materials and stuff like that, drilled at beyond 30,000 feet oftentimes as well, people. So think about these things. We didn't inhabit that space, that layer ever in our lives. Neither did any animals. Anyways, and second most abundant fluid in the world needs trees in order to sustain and replenish. And we're fucking with that too. And ironically, trees also not only provide oil, but they also filter the carbon. They also filter the environment to make it healthy. And so trees are so divine. And the fact that people are like Stephen Guilbeault are approving and authorizing cookie cutter houses that again that it's not sustainable, and depleting our resources, shredding trees. And by the way, shredding trees, not burning them, not using them for building materials or anything like that. Shredding millions of trees that could filter the environment and and allow the soil to still be fertile. Shredding those and just turning them into friggin' nothing. Toothpicks with huge vehicles that also require petroleum. Vehicles that also require so much maintenance and upkeep and causes a lot of noise pollution. And by the way, noise pollution is a real thing as well that impacts us. Causes our car alarms to go off, causes heart issues because we're electrical magnetic beings and our heart is electrical magnetic. And by the way, pacemakers are also impacted by noise pollution and things like that, as well as EMPs. And also, so anyways, I'm not going to get into that. Anyway. And so they've monopolized and they've lied. And so even in the university systems, people are being lied to in geology, geography, whatever you want to call it, books about oil, claiming it's a fossil fuel, claiming that it's a finite resource, and all of this stuff. And again, I've repeatedly shown videos, so please look at my videos, especially on Rumble. Let's say again, petroleum is not a fossil fuel. They've been exploiting us with this for fucking years. It's literally doing the same thing with water. What they're doing with oil, they're going to start doing that with water soon. They're already starting, which is why I talk about people on the right that I call out as well. And Dan Bongino and people like that. If there's natural and man-made disasters that are happening around the world, the water that's being used to supply these people for aid and supply and relief, these are the fucking same companies that are providing people with beer and alcohol. They're providing water to people that are in relief areas. It's not an accident. And so Dan Bongino is supporting a business that it relies on disasters. And so when people want to make money, they don't give a shit how they do it. Some people at all, but the majority, unfortunately, they do cater to temptations. And I think they say that only 10% or 12.5% of the population actually do think critically and resist temptations, you know, and unethical behaviors and actions and stuff like that. And I can go on a tangent, but let's see.
Buying off politicians and government officials. The son of John D. Rockefeller Sr., John D. Rockefeller Jr., carried on his father's financial legacy as he was involved in a number of commercial and...
These people are exploiting us, and they have been for well over 100 years. Well over 150 years. And it's just like peacefully, fuck off.
Charitable.
You weird fucking pedo freaks, human trafficking, drug trafficking, fucking freaks. Fuck off already. Respectfully. Or go to jail already. Respectfully. Like, no fucking harm. None of that stuff. Like, I don't want businesses, you know, to collapse because, again, like people can like pivot even within the businesses they have now, that, you know, and make it where they're not invested in the destruction of humanity. There's ways that you can mitigate harm and damage and create surplus and profit without harming people. Believe it or not, these people, again, like just like there are people that hate humans, they hate humanity, they want us all to die, and they think we deserve it. And so, like, let's not allow them to keep doing that. Can we stop now? Men, please, can you help? Women are the physically weaker sex. We're smart, so we know what the fuck is going on, but we're physically too weak to do anything about it. So peacefully over to you, though. You know, fucking figure it out. Fix it.
Endeavors.
Fix it.
Such as the construction of New York City's Rockefeller Center and the founding of the Rockefeller Foundation. Nelson Rockefeller, who served as Vice President of the United States under President Gerald Ford and as Governor of New York, is another notable member of the Rockefeller family. And then, of course, we arrive at American banker David Rockefeller, who held the positions of Chairman and CEO of the Chase Manhattan Corporation. David here was the longest living grandchild of John D. Rockefeller and served as chairman of the Chase Manhattan Bank and founder of the Trilateral Commission, which is very similar to the Bilderberg Group, just a different flavor. The wealth and power of the Rockefeller family has also been the subject of debate and scandal. Government investigations and antitrust lawsuits focused on the family's business practices, particularly those of John D. Rockefeller Sr., and as a result, the Standard Oil Company was split up in 1911 by the U.S. Supreme Court after it was determined that it had engaged in monopolistic practices. With its official narrative of promoting greater collaboration and understanding between Western Europe, North America, and Japan, deep state agent David Rockefeller co-founded the Trilateral Commission in 1973. True to the globalist mindset, David Rockefeller believed increased cooperation between these territories was essential for fostering stability and tackling global issues. So the Trilateral Commission is not a government organization on paper. Its members are not elected, they're chosen. And basically, the Trilateral Commission, which contains former and present government officials, business executives, and intellectual luminaries from all over the world as members, serves as a shadowy cabal working behind the scenes to influence events and forward its own agenda. Prompted by Ida Tarbell's expose of the Rockefeller oil monopoly, the Rockefellers decided to enhance their public relations to boost their reputation. So John D. Sr. and John D. Jr. and Frederick Taylor Gates founded the Rockefeller Foundation on May 14, 1913. 1913 was a crazy year. Birth of the ADL, Federal Reserve, Rockefeller Foundation. The Rockefeller Foundation has historically provided more than $14 billion to thousands of grantees around the world and directly helped train close to 13,000 Rockefeller Fellows. But this money was used to take over the medical industry, including hospitals, universities, and research centers starting in the first half of the 20th century. You see, the Rockefeller family supported drug-based research by sponsoring it and giving money to colleges and medical schools. Through their International Education Board, they further expanded this policy to foreign medical institutions and universities where the research involved the use of drugs. On the flip side, non-drug-based institutions and research were denied financing and were abandoned in favor of the lucrative pharmaceutical sector. Because natural remedies and healthy people don't make any money. It's not a good business model. The 1910 Flexner Report to the U.S. Congress quickly criminalized the foundation's rivals. A post-Civil War United States gave rise to the titans of industry's glory days. The robber barons filled their bags during this era at the expense of the common people. In 1892, a big labor dispute happened at the Carnegie Steel Company plant in Homestead, Pennsylvania, known as the Carnegie Steel Company Homestead Strike. At the time, Andrew Carnegie was one of the wealthiest people in the country, and the Carnegie Steel Company was one of the biggest and most profitable steel companies in the world. The workers at the Homestead plant wanted to negotiate a new contract with the company that would give them better pay and working conditions. These factories were dangerous. Workers labored under abysmal conditions for little pay. But instead of negotiating with the workers like a decent person, Carnegie hired the Pinkerton Detective Agency to quell the unrest, leading to a violent battle between the Pinkertons and the strikers. The situation resulted in deaths of men, women, and children at the hands of the Pinkertons. And eventually, the National Guard was called in to intervene. Much like the Carnegies, the Rockefellers had a similar peasant revolt in which they hired private security to settle the unrest.
And so when you call people peasants and you throw this hierarchy and people buy it, there needs to be buy-in. There needs to be compliance. It works. And so even with the Stanford prison experiments that I've shared like 1,000,000 times, there are people that were innocent men, innocent civilians, whatever you want to call them, men of fighting age demographic, and they willingly became part of a behavioral experiment that was only to last a maximum of 2 weeks. And some were assigned prisoners, some were assigned to be guards. And they very much within like the first friggin' hour went crazy but assumed their positions, assumed their roles. And even the clinical psychologist that headed the whole friggin' behavioral experiment, he saw himself and assumed the role of the prison superintendent. And that superseded his actual position in life, in reality, as a clinical psychologist. And very interesting. And so it took a woman, after a couple of days of like a lot of stuff, like, look at this experiment, please do, to see like how things were going. And so she like talked to the guy and she's like, so how are things going? And he's like, well, they're going okay. And then he was like explaining what's going on. And she's like, you realize that's torture and human suffering and you're not the actual prison superintendent. And he was like, that's fair. Okay, that's a good point. And she's like, you realize you got to stop the experiment. And he's like, yeah, right. Like that was fucking crazy. A lot of lessons were learned. And but within 3 fucking days, like there was collapse from within. Not even like within the first day, but I'm talking about like, look at the freaking experiments. I'll stop talking.
Resulting in the death of innocents. The Ludlow Massacre happened in 1914 in the town of Ludlow, Colorado. It was a fight between coal miners on strike and the Colorado National Guard. Miners went on strike against coal mining companies, including those owned by the Rockefeller family, to get better working conditions, fair wages, and recognition of their union. When the National Guard was called in to keep order, they started shooting at the striking miners and their families, who were living in the tents in the nearby colony. Dozens of people, including women and children, died because of the fight. It was a turning point in the history of labor relations in the United States. Much like with the Homestead Strike, the Ludlow Massacre made people all over the country aware of how bad the industrialists were to their workers, painting families like the Rockefellers and the Carnegies in an incredibly negative light. But why should those who see themselves as gods among men have to deal with the criticism of the common people, the poor workers who were so far below them? The Rockefellers and the Carnegies set aside their differences and came together to fund a new initiative. In 1904, the Carnegie Institution set up a lab complex at Cold Spring Harbor on Long Island, New York. Researchers carefully planned the removal of families, bloodlines, and entire groups of people by collecting millions of index cards about ordinary Americans. Edwin Black wrote for the San Francisco Chronicle in 2003, quote, "From Cold Spring Harbor, eugenics advocates agitated the legislature of America. as well as the nation's social service agencies and associations, end quote. The Salem Daily Capital Journal ran an article on November 4th, 1915, entitled Rockefeller Jr. on Eugenic Problems, which detailed a
Oh,
play
yes,
commissioned by the
eugenics.
Rockefellers
Oh,
called
yes.
The Unborn.
I don't know if they'll talk about this because again, I have not watched this video. They actually had, there's literally, I've showed this on friggin' videos, like literally had humans. They fucking purchased human beings during World War I and World War II. World War II, especially, I have concerns with this because we were more evolved at that time, I thought. Women as part of these friggin' scientific experiments and stuff like that, and literally on the friggin' record talking about needing more, hundreds more, because the other ones died. They were really good to experiment on. I'm sure they fucking were, you psychopaths. So again, yes, when people slam women and do all this stuff to women and then blame women for it, like I just get so infuriated. And so like, again, there's even within the truther community, there are men that are brilliant. They're friggin' brilliant. They're geniuses. They're great at that, but they slam women. And you know, like, thank you, not fucking helping. Next. And so really not helping. And so when people look up to these people and idolize them because they woke them up and they consider everything they say as gospel, it's really unfortunate because you know what, like you're hearing them say this too. So like when these truthers within the community, like whether it be flat earth or 9/11 conspiracies or January 6th or friggin' COVID or whatever, when they hear their idols slam women, because again, we're getting it from the left and right, like especially fucking white women. I know this sounds crazy. Like I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's a reality. It's when their legends are saying it, people are reacting. People are responding to that, and they're taking that as a reason or an excuse to go after us further. And so like you're like and so like I don't know. So I'm like my pledge to that, not my pledge. My plea for that is like for the men in the community, if you could just like stop so much of the enabling things that are causing more division within the truther community that's not helpful either. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Which pushed a eugenics agenda. For the first time in dramatic history, the perplexing problem of limitation of undesirable offspring, which has been engaging the attention of thoughtful
100%.
eugenicists and sociologists the world over, is dealt with on the stage in a play that we are to produce. The right of the child to be well born and the right of the wife to decide about it are problems the solution of which society can no longer ignore. End quote. Notice Rockefeller Jr. uses the terms undesirable and well-born. And as a side note, thank you so much, Truthstream Media, for having these articles on your website and making them accessible to us when they can no longer be found on the internet. Without Truthstream's research, a lot of this stuff on Rockefeller would have been forgotten. A few months later, on September 3rd, 1915, the Rockefellers once again made headlines for their extracurricular eugenics activities, this time in the Washington Herald, in an article entitled 15 Million Americans Defective, they say, with the subheader reading, Gigantic Eugenic Enterprise Organized for Sterilization of Unfit of Nation. The Washington Herald article discusses the collaboration between John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, Andrew Graham Bell, the inventor of the telephone, and the wife of the railroad baron E.H. Harriman. The article discusses that since 1911, the eugenicists were funding a gigantic eugenic enterprise to ascertain what is the matter with the human race. The article ends with, quote, the organization, after his 4 years' work in this country and Europe, reached the conclusion that sterilization of defectives was the greatest work for them. Statistics gathered reveal the amazing fact that 10% of the present population of the United States are defectives, who must be blotted out as reproducers of human life. End quote. It should be noted that the Rockefellers had a close relationship with Margaret Sanger, a proponent of eugenics in the U.S., who had a significant impact on Western legislative practice regarding contraception, sex education, abortion, and the development of eugenics in the 20th century. So just to wrap it all up here, the most powerful and wealthiest families in America conspired together after the Civil War to derail our nation.
Bill and Melinda Gates, like Bill Gates' father. Bill Gates, these freaking people that claim that they came from nothing. Elon Musk, fucking Steve Jobs, Zuckerberg, they come from wealth. And Bill Gates' father, he's the one that like assisted and helped organize Planned Parenthood. You all know what Planned Parenthood is. Okay, so they love their eugenics. The mentally unfit were put to death in some states. That's true, absolutely true. Gates' grandfather sat on the board of the American Birth Control League. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Planned Parenthood to kill undesirable babies, and these people are also racist. Okay, so a lot of these Planned Parenthood friggin' places. Okay, these are these people specifically putting them in places where they're like, it's not just like poverty areas where they can exploit people that can't afford kids because there's like no support or any of that stuff. But it's also within certain like demographics they're targeting as well, right? And so like obviously like people like me, I'm getting called a racist, but I'm saying stop making it so like, stop lying to people first of all about babies, stop lying about conception, stop lying about the period of gestation in which the infant turns into a human being. Stop lying about so many different freaking things and stop supporting and enabling abortion when there are other options. These people, it's a fucking business. I get so fired up with abortion. I don't even want to talk about it because I get so angry with just how much we're being lied to about this on such a fucking huge scale. And it's literally because of fucking sick freaks that hate humanity. It's because they're getting so much money off of it. And it's like, it's not even their fault. Like people that are doing it, the adults that are doing this stuff, that are supporting it, enabling it, doing these services and whatever, like you are part of the fucking problem. You are doing it. Yeah, like I don't even want to say that, but like who the fuck is the racist here? Like, and the nerve of people, like, anyway, I just,
nation's monetary system.
Oh my God.
By creating the federal.
I just commented, actually, like, I'll show you this because you guys might enjoy this. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm so friggin' fired up. I just want to see if I can see it first. I'm going to show this. I will eventually show it. Just like there's posts circulating, like Elon Musk is saying only a matter of time because Greg Abbott says FBI director says he's concerned illegal migrants entering the U.S. at the border could cause another 9/11 terrorist attack. So like all of this, I'm just like false flags, psyops, fucking planting seeds, all of this stuff. And then Elon Musk is tweeting this. This guy has a bajillion, 1,000, 100 trillion followers and people that watch his shit. And so he's saying only a matter of time. This is fear mongering. This is inducing fear, all of this stuff. And then even Anita Anand, it's the same friggin' social, like the messaging. She's like, Islamophobia has no place in Canada, yet it is sadly a lived experience for many Canadians. Today and every day, we reaffirm our commitment to working with Amira El-Gawabi and Muslim communities around the country, to build communities that are safe for everyone. And then so I just replied 7 minutes ago, then why not tell the truth about 9/11 instead of continuing to blame a staged and planned event a Muslim terrorist attack? Have you considered that? Have you considered that maybe calling things 9/11 and associating it with fucking immigrants and illegals and all this stuff and fucking terrorists and all, like, do you think that maybe telling people the truth about 9/11 and the fact that it might have been a controlled demolition operation, staged planned event, false flag, crisis actors used plants in beds, etc., and duped people within, fucking, there were heroes absolutely that responded to that event and tried to manage the fucking chaos. But that fucking chaos was started from people in the fucking government. People, I swear to God, it's like fuck. And the people I know, I've buried people overseas. I've buried the medals. I've buried people that I've loved, that I've cared for, ramp ceremonies, even at home in Canada, people that have committed suicide. You fucking name it. And or, like talking to people calling me at 3 a.m. in the morning, like just so because they want to bite a bullet and like try to talk them out of that. And it's all because of fucking lies. And people wonder why I'm just like over this. And just peacefully, I would just like people to fucking just listen a little bit. Try to bring humor into it, but like, it's not really that funny. It's really fucking not that funny. It's crazy.
Serve at Jekyll Island in 1913. And by funding the practice of eugenics all over the world in an effort to kill the poor in huge numbers. The Rockefellers were at the heart.
Yeah,
of
I'm not
the
sharing
effort,
that comment.
And while they were funding the push to destabilize the United States and kill off undesirables, they were simultaneously pioneering the medical industry, resulting in the profit-driven system we know today, which doesn't benefit from a healthy individual. Only individuals who constantly require pharmaceuticals. Rockefeller observed that there were numerous medical specialties and therapeutic approaches available at the turn of the century, including chiropractic, naturopathy, homeopathy, holistic therapy, herbal medicine, and more. So Rockefeller hired Abraham Flexner to present a report to Congress in 1910 to discredit rivals of Western medicine, who then recommended drugs and radiation as treatments. This research concluded that America had an excess of medical professionals and medical colleges, and that all forms of natural medicine that had been practiced for hundreds or even thousands of years were unreliable quackery. It demanded that medical education be standardized and that only the American Medical Association be permitted to license medical schools in the U.S. The result was the establishment of the biomedical model as the gold standard of medical training. Thus, the Rockefeller Foundation and Rockefeller Medicine became the face of Western medicine. Through their philanthropy, I'm doing air quotes when I say philanthropy, and funding of medical research, the Rockefeller...
And you know what makes me nervous? Like, because this is like Anita Anand, like she's like a member of parliament. She's part of like the liberal cabinet political side and stuff like that. And she's like like defense related, whatever. And so she should fucking know this stuff. And she doesn't, and it's frustrating. So like for me, even writing that tweet, like I could possibly like even like today, like get like 10,000 friggin' like government officials to like friggin' like just like I don't know, like take over my friggin' house and stuff like that because it's just like you can't say things like that. I'm like, oh my god, people coming from like all over the friggin' world, like in the friggin' helicopters, and I'm joking about this. I'm joking, but like it's just like retaliation when people call out reality, you know, call it the bullshit. I mean, and give people reality. It gets people like me friggin' targets on her back.
Our family has made a
and she's crazy, so she's gonna retaliate.
Significant contribution to the development of modern medicine, for better or for worse. The founding of the first school of public health at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, was one of the most significant contributions made by the Rockefeller Foundation. This institution, which opened its doors in 1916, was the first of its kind in the country. Much of the vaccine development was at the hands of the Rockefeller Foundation. Eugenics was rebranded after World War II to get rid of its links to Germany and Hitler. Instead, it evolved into population control or Planned Parenthood's family planning and abortion, and even global warming or climate change, leading to arguments about reducing the burden of overpopulation on the Earth. In its annual report for 1968, the Rockefeller Foundation said that it had helped fund the development of so-called anti-fertility vaccine.
1967 too, like 8th of June 1967. That was the USS Liberty event. That is where it was off the coast of whatever you want to call it, Egypt, Israel, where Americans on the USS Liberty, they were murdered by Israeli forces that knew and confirmed that they identified them and knew they were American. And then even further, after they were trying to flee the ship that was completely being attacked by Israeli forces, people even on their life rafts were being targeted, with 90% of the life rafts being shot at by people using friggin' guns off of helicopters and stuff like that. And even though they had even put up like the huge American flag on the ship and confirm like all of this stuff, and they knew they were in the location and stuff like that, and they wanted to sink the ship. The ship luckily didn't fully sink, and there were a handful of survivors. They witness accounts. I've shared that on my Rumble and YouTube channel, so you guys can take a look at that as well. And they wanted to stage this. They wanted to blame it on Egypt to as a false flag event to get into another war, and they murdered Americans. And so like I don't even understand why Americans are not even aware that this happened. Like there's so many things that people in Canada and America and first world countries, they're not aware, because who owns the fucking education systems? Who owns the banks? Who owns the government? Who these guys? And so I just like, and I've shared this, like I didn't get any of this stuff from like a fucking YouTube video. I just so happened to where it was reconfirmed and reinforced that other people were led down with the same conclusions and made videos about it. But like before I even saw like the friggin' fall of the cabal, all that stuff, I had already gone through and proved it and talked about it. Going through like the bloodlines, the genealogy of like the people that, and like where they immigrated from, like the times, the dates, like the assets that also followed or followed shortly thereafter, you know, and then who owned what institutions, people who changed their last names and their children's last names to make it look like they were not connected with like the same organizations, but the major institutions within what we're now calling first world countries, like these are owned largely by these people that own at the top the script. They write the script, and so like they want to control the banks, control the oil, control all of that stuff, and it's only because we're allowing them to. And it didn't used to be this way. So this, you know, with the reality of the world and anyways, it's such a short period of time when you look at the comparison of how long humans have inhabited this cosmos, if that makes any sense. And so that's why we need to call it out, because it's bullshit. It can't continue on. You know, there are empires that have lasted thousands of years because they weren't lying to their people.
As well as their widespread use. The Rockefeller Foundation claimed it was important to.
And when people become more populated, when a people has become more popular, when a species become more popular, when we talk more, communities are more aware, we're more evolved, more advanced, and then we discover the truth. And that's why they also want to have a cap or a limit on the population, because it makes it easier for them to control. And I'm not even saying that I'm against like international involvement. I've never said that. I've traveled all over the world with the military too. And so like in Canada, in America, but especially Canada, we're not getting invited to international, whatever you want to call it, events, training exercises, like committees, panels, or anything, because people do not see us as fucking rational human beings anymore. They think we're fucking crazy because of the people that are in charge right now. They see Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, they see friggin' Marjorie Taylor Greene, they see friggin' Melanie Jolie, and they see fucking Anita, and then they see these crazy fucking people, and they're like, we're not hiring them for anything because they're not qualified. They're just actors, Zelensky included, right? And so like people that are actually like aware of the reality of the world and more educated and actually do have the background in like leading a government, they don't want to invite us to anything. And so Canada has not been invited to anything in a long time. And I've said this, like Anita Anand, Melanie Jolie, these people that are in the defense community, they're not getting invited to anything on the international spectrum because people don't think that they are competent. And so if someone like me was within cabinet and understanding the reality of the world more and stuff like that, I would get invited, because I was invited countless times. Again, like anyway, it is what it is. But like, the less competent our cabinet, the less competent our experts, the more we're isolating ourselves as well, if that makes any sense. Like we're identifying as trans right now. Like, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Kidding, not kidding, but I hope this is oh my god, fucking Johns Hopkins University with Clade X, with Event 201, Bill and Melinda Gates like funded, WEF funded. I can't anymore. Like I just like, and even like, again, like the last 24 hours, I'm sharing this information and I'm getting fucked with by people that are crazy. You don't want this. Why don't people want this information out? I don't understand it. Why not? Why don't people within Canada want this information out? Because like the more we're fucking wired in to the reality of the world, the more we're going to have an impact internationally, and we can represent Canada internationally, but also still have this like decentralized government, because we can't have international, organizations that like rule the world. Like it just doesn't work. It never will, never has, never will. And so like you have to always have, like after you have centralized governance, which we do have, you have to understand that there's decentralized command and control and stuff like that, at the federal level, at the provincial level, at the municipal level and beyond. And so, and there's so many factors, right? Like so many different geographic locations that experience different struggles, geopolitical influences, whether it be because of like the land mass, like you're not bordering like seaways or water routes, or because of like there's like wars that are surrounding your location, or you're, like landlocked, or you're an island nation, and or colder environments like Antarctica and northern areas of Canada, or overly hot. So many things to consider.
To learn about the possibility of using vaccines to reduce male
So I'm not going to lie. No, actually, I'm not going to talk about that. I'll talk about this.
fertility. In that poverty, we hate the poor people, lack of education, we hate the uneducated, and lack of work, we hate the lazy people, are made worse by unchecked birth rates among the poor, both in suburban slums and in poor rural areas. So an anti-fertility vaccine needed to be created to combat these issues, since 5 million women were living in poverty in the United States at the time of publication. Don't you just love their whole problem reaction solution? 20 years later, in 1988, the Rockefeller Foundation...
Problem reaction solution. Also, like I've shown the vaccine adverse events that were reported by Pfizer alone, and only 3 to 5% of VAERS were reported during this time frame for the COVID inoculations, because there was financial and egotistical incentives not to. And so Pfizer released in February of 2021 and March of 2022 the VAERS reports, and an alarming amount of cancers and tumors and neoplasms and so many other things that you want to talk about. And we've seen it even within our extended communities and stuff like that. People that have died of like accelerated cancers and tumors and blood clots and stuff like that. I've shared all of this stuff, and so now they have the fucking nerve to be pushing cancer vaccines. So like, again, this is like cause the problem. So they're causing people to have all of these cancers, and then they're giving the solution to it. And it makes me want to vomit. It makes me want to fucking vomit. Like, it's just the fucking nerve. Like, I just, oh my God, that's exactly what it is. Like, these unelected maniacs, like WEF, the World Health Organization, Bill and Melinda Gates, like, who the fuck are these people? And Bill Gates, I have reiterated and shown the proof. And how many times does this guy have to be correlated with visiting Epstein and his island and so many other things before people get a fucking clue that this guy does not like us? Doesn't like us. And aspartame is human and E. coli feces. And check out who manufactures and distributes that and puts it in their sodas.
Release an
and other products. Many other products, but
update on their anti-fertility vaccine development. That year, the National Institute of Immunology in India had finished the first phase of testing with 3 versions of the vaccine for women that would stop them from getting pregnant. The trials, which were paid for by the Indian government and the Rockefeller Foundation, found that each of the vaccines tested could protect against pregnancy for at least 1 year, based on the levels of antibodies that were made in response to the vaccination schedule. But like with all vaccines, there needed to be studies on the effects of the vaccination on an individual throughout their lifetime to measure if the vaccines were really safe and effective. And there were and are no studies to support their safety over a lifetime. In its 1985 annual report, the Rockefeller Foundation showed that it was still working hard to make sure undesirables couldn't reproduce. And they were researching Gossipol, or C30H30 08, a substance that prevents fertility. Early on in the foundation's research, Gossipol, a toxic polyphenol made from the cotton plant, was found to be a good sterilant. Who knew? The next natural question was how to put the poisonous substance into the crops, so unsuspecting people would eat it and therefore they wouldn't reproduce. By the end of 1985,
even with that, like, there's now people within CDC, and actually CNN is reporting it as well, that like long COVID is a myth. It's fake. They're trying to say that now because people like myself, well, me and others like me, what we were sharing the connection that like even within the original trials, like I showed with Pfizer, like 4.6% of people within the original trials, even as of February of 2021, contracted COVID through the jab. So I was saying, why, if you want to prevent COVID, and this could possibly give you COVID, and then also a whole bunch of other things as well. It could possibly give you cancer, spontaneous abortions, fertility issues, fucking neoplasms, blood clots, aneurysms, micropenis, fucking measles, polio, autism, you fucking name it. Oh my God.
The foundation had given out grants worth about 1.6 million to support and encourage scientific research into the safety and effectiveness of this substance. Throughout the 1990s, the Rockefellers continued their anti-fertility research. However, the foundation became very hush-hush about their doings in the face of widespread criticism. And that's the end of the chapter on the Rockefellers, but the book goes into further detail about the Rockefellers and their involvement in public school education, their involvement in the 1918 Spanish flu, which really wasn't a flu at all. It was more like a pandemic among the vaccinated. The book goes further into Operation Lockstep and its connection with COVID-19 and the Rockefellers. Rockefellers and the Federal Reserve.
I like to be precise. International call. I don't know. It's like one of those calls like that's gonna like threaten my life. Fuck. Oh my goodness. So infections and infestations. VAERS reports 5.3.6 cumulative analysis of post-authorization adverse events reports. Infections and infestations. COVID-19. 4.6% of people for the VAERS that were submitted as of February of 2021. And this was only, God damn it, Pfizer. That doesn't count Moderna, AstraZeneca, J&J, Novavax, any of the other ones. And only 3 to 5% of the VAERS were actually reported because there was financial incentive, egotistical incentive. People didn't want to be proven wrong because they were the ones that were actually inoculating people. And so they didn't want to have that to fucking deal with, even though like they should have corrected. Because again, you're supposed to, once you're given new data, you are supposed to look at it and make assessments and stuff like that. But anyway, I just wanted to show you that because I want to prove that like that even that was known at the beginning. And I'm like, that was November of 2021. That was only a few months after they started pushing it, right? Because first responders started in December of 2020.
The creature from Jekyll Island. We got it all covered here in this book. It is very exhaustive, and I hope you can appreciate the effort because, like I said, like with TruthStream, they've been such a wonderful resource for all things Rockefeller on their website and in their videos. They've gone above and beyond and making sure there's archives of Rockefeller articles and things like that. And a big portion of why I wanted to write this book is to document, what we've seen, what we've read, and what we've witnessed, because a big portion of the information that we're left with is online, and the whole flow of information online is being totally erased. Ever since I sat down in 2016 and started writing a journal, keeping notes of everything that I wanted to.
I got to show it. And again, only 3 to 5% of these VAERS were reported. And this was as of the lock date was 16 March 2022. So this is exactly 2 years ago. The lock date exactly as of today, it makes 2 years. Micropenis, 4 people. This was adults at the time, by the way. 4 adults had a micropenis, and then there was like penoscrotal fusion. What the fuck is that? I didn't even look at that one yet. Phimosis, I don't even know what that is. Do I want to know what that is? I don't fucking know. Oh my god, sometimes I look at these side effects and I don't know what the heck it means, and then I research it and I'm just like, I regret doing that. And I'm so sorry for these people. Like, oh my god, it's just like a fucking nightmare. But yeah, and so like, come on, guys, like, and so there's people that do have micropenises now, and I'm like, is that a vaccine event? I'm like, did you get the fucking shot like when you were a kid, and like now you got a fucking micro pee? I don't even have one, and I feel like that's important for people to know. Like, I feel like men would want to know if a vaccine could possibly give them a micro pee. Like, I don't think you're gonna prove me wrong on that. I think they'd want to know.
To commit to memory these families, these events, the hidden history, mystery religions, occultism, hermeticism, everything that these people believe in and what drives them and motivates them. I would write down, and I would link sources. And now I go back in those notes as I was writing this whole
Ego,
book.
money.
Those sources are gone. These mainstream media sources and quotes and videos, they're all gone. They're gone. Everything has become so censored, and I think we need to put what we know into print. Even though this book contains story after story of evil doings performed in secret and against the American people in much of the world, I'll tell you person to person that I'm a realist, but at my core, I'm an optimist. I believe that through educating the masses and encouraging awareness of these issues, we can once again reclaim our freedom and declare victory over the cabal. Hey internet friends, chances are if you've spent any amount of time trying to figure out how the world really operates, you've stumbled upon the name Rothschild a time or two during your travels. While Rothschild isn't a household name like Bush or Clinton, the Rothschilds play a lead role on the global stage. But unlike our political figureheads, we have no say in their rule, much less a say in how they rule. In fact, what I've noticed is that if you even dare suggest that the Rothschilds or any other family or corporation is playing puppeteer, you'll get labeled an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist at some point in your venture. But in an effort to reveal what was once hidden, let us cast away the fear of being laughed at or shunned. This won't be an exhaustive video on the Rothschilds, but if you're new around here, I hope to give you enough information to spark your interest so you'll do your own research. And maybe, in a not too distant future, we can all work together to formulate some solutions, some peaceful solutions. While not the only ruling body near the top of the pyramid, the House of Rothschild, their Jesuit handlers, and most importantly, the driving force behind their actions, are all certainly worthy of discussion, don't you think?
The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that.
The Rothschilds claim to be a wealthy Jewish banking family that got their start in 1760 when Mayer Rothschild established his banking dynasty
More of a Roman
and
Catholic
sent his
connection.
5 sons to foreign countries to continue the family business. At least that's what the majority of their published story claims, but this is just one token in a jingling coin purse of tricks. The story of the House of Rothschild begins long before the 18th century. The Rothschilds are Khazar Jews who converted to Judaism but never made the full conversion. While this is a sensitive and complicated matter to research and discuss, much less, if you follow the Bible, take note that the Bible warns of fake Jews not once, but twice. Another tip-off is that their name isn't really Rothschild. The family did the old switcheroo and changed from Bauer to Rothschild, using the red shield outside their residence as inspiration for their new identity. Rothschild, German for red shield. Here's where the published history usually begins. After establishing himself as a banker through a series of tactics like offering rare coins and treasure at a discount to nobility, Mayer Rothschild secured himself as a member in the in crowd.
I support, like, I do think there's even, like, with banking systems, like, I do believe that they are beneficial to societies. I absolutely agree with a lot of, like, the thought process and the benefits. It's just the other shit and the manipulations and stuff like that, and the deceit and the reason why they're helping people, right? It's a lot more sinister than people understand. They're helping us in certain ways, also exploiting us and stuff like that. But there's the agenda is not sincere, and that's what cripples societies and, poisons the well.
Getting in good with the Prince of Germany by assisting.
And I am
with
not
his
fucking
winter
perfect.
business.
I am not here like, oh, I'm so much better than everyone. I'm so perfect. Blah blah blah. I'm just running. Fuck no. Like, I sometimes look for my phone for like 15 minutes when it's like in my fucking pocket. Like, yeah, like no one's fucking perfect. but I'm trying harder than I think a lot of people. So like, I think that should count for something.
And as a court Jew, he lent money and handled the finances
Yeah.
of the nobility. And when Mayor Rothschild sent his 5 sons to expand their family business to London, Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna, and Naples, their banks caught on by using a system where you could go deposit your gold at a Rothschild bank in one country, get a receipt for it, take that receipt to another country, and withdraw your gold. So during your travels, you wouldn't be separated from what is yours by theft or any other misfortune. And while that was a pretty novel idea, it's important to note that a key function of banks in general is to offer loans and charge interest. That's how they profit. But when this system goes unregulated and the bankers assess a desperate need for money, thus charging an exorbitant interest rate to loan out that money, that's when things go south. Because when a person or a government is faced with the prospect of either losing human life or taking on interest for a loan, well, most folks are going to go the interest route since human life is priceless. The ideology or motivation behind this
I know
greed
that.
is one of
That's
the
why
major
even with
factors of how we got here.
insurance, it's now tied to mortgages, and there's so many different hoops that you have to go through, and people know that they can charge more money because it's your shelter and your way of surviving the elements, especially in Canada, incredibly important. And so they know it's kind of sick and twisted, honestly.
That's the basic foundation, but let's get to the real meat and potatoes of the story. The
Yeah.
wavering
Oh my God.
moral
Yeah.
compass
Oh my
that
God.
led to immense wealth. While the Rothschilds had a hand in the opium and slave trades, the City of London's central banking,
Like there's like creation, and people I'll talk about like this carbon scam and stuff like that as well. Like people are trying to punish with carbon tax. Carbon tax is mostly impacting people in rural areas and farmers because they use petroleum and stuff like that to heat their homes, especially now that we can't use our fireplaces anymore. Like we're heating our homes with petroleum, this fucking natural gas that's abundant and stuff like that. And so when they keep on increasing the taxes, we're spending literally, and I've shown the receipts, hundreds of dollars for me extra a month, and for other people it's thousands of dollars extra a month. Thousands of dollars extra. Who the fuck can make that up? Like that difference, like the people are already working the land to keep Canadian soil what they can manage fertile, managed with animals that graze, providing subsistence for, again, like people that are living in the cities and stuff like that, that are wasting, that are not contributing to the environment they're occupying. They're not hunting, they're not gathering, they're not doing waste management for the most part. A lot of people in the cities, they're all like, a lot of people are public works, government, like overly inflated government positions that are not required. So like if I was the leader of Canada, there would be a lot of fucking makeshift government jobs that are being funded by taxpayers that are not required. I would terminate these positions, and I would focus on things that fucking matter, and jobs that matter. And so we need people on the land in Canada to make it more fertile, like the grazing, like there's so many things. And so I'll stop talking about that. But and so we need to be creating more and stop punishing people that are trying to like manage the land and the resources and like we are the one that's making the fucking environment thrive, not the people that are living in the suburbs and people that are shredding trees and occupying areas, like pushing people out and causing these like 15-minute prisons, like I said, for non long-term purposes. It's literally just a means of exploitation.
System, counterfeit money, and the French Revolution. I told y'all this was going to be an accelerated history. I don't want y'all to have to sip from your camelbacks and slip on a pair of Depends to watch a single video of mine. So let's move on to the Rothschilds' funding of American colonies, their role in the American Civil War, and a series of events that led to the creation of the big kicker, the Federal Reserve. The American Civil War was financed by the House of Rothschild. They backed both sides. And throughout this video, you'll notice this trend. The funding of both sides stirs and finances the hatred for both sides. And since war is profit, especially when bankers are the ones who profit from the loans the government takes out, at one point, Abraham Lincoln needed more money. And the rates he was offered by the New York bankers were too high. Thus, he began printing government money. Take note that this money, unlike the money issued by the Federal Reserve today, collected no interest. Thus, Lincoln managed to work around the Rothschilds. But less than 2 months before the end of the American Civil War, President Lincoln was assassinated. You might notice another trend, the trend of dying figureheads anytime they go against the money trust, or the main belief that the majority of the world's
JFK, 22 November.
Financial wealth and political power could be controlled by a powerful.
The time that that Scorpio enters into Sagittarius, and also when you want to look at astrotheosophy, the scorpion bite, which looks like a kiss, is what killed Jesus Christ in this like astrological mythical representation of like the sun's travel through the zodiacal belt, and so like kiss of death. So, and that transfer from Scorpio to Sagittarius happens on the 22nd of December. So like even with this, like the occult symbology and numerology and universal language that they use is not lost on people like me. 20th July, the 201st day of the year, 12. Anyway, I could go on a fucking tangent, but
few. Now that we've laid out their basic strategy, which is to cause wars or help them out, give them a little nudge through some provocation, resulting in maybe a crisis or two. Loans are dished out at exorbitant interest rates on both sides of the wars. Then when both of those governments can't repay those debts, the Rothschild Bank calls in the loans and takes possession, installing a central bank. In 1913, the same year the Rothschild-funded Anti-Defamation League was founded, the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States, was conceived. It is neither federal or owned by the government. The Federal Reserve is privately owned, which means it generates private wealth. Guess who benefits? Not the American people. 1 year after the creation of the Federal Reserve, World War I began, pitting the Allied and Central Powers against each other. Guess who was funding both sides again? You guessed it. And the result was the fall of the German, Russian, Ottoman, and Austro-Hungarian empires. But who cares if there's money to be made off both of the winning and losing sides? After all, it brings us closer to a one-world government, doesn't it? And a one-world government means a central global bank. In 1917, through the Balfour Declaration, the British government expressed their support for a Jewish homeland in Palestine. The letter was written to none other than Baron Lionel Walter Rothschild. With the Versailles Treaty of 1919, Britain was entrusted with the temporary administration of Palestine. Now I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. With the Rothschild bankers funding both the Axis and the Allies, the Second World War brought us closer to a one-world government with the establishment of the United Nations. In 1963, even though war was over, the bloodshed hadn't stopped. On June 4th, President John F. Kennedy signed an executive order which returned to the U.S. government the power to issue currency, which meant they didn't have to go through the Rothschild-owned Federal Reserve. 6 months later, JFK was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. In the following decades, central banks continued to pop up across the world, with the European Central Bank set up in 1998 in Frankfurt, the city from which the Rothschilds' banking dynasty began. And after 9/11, the United States declared a war we've really not been able to get out of. An endless war on terrorism that the world is frightened into with each seemingly random terrorist attack. Hatred and fear fuels each side of the war, but only one entity funds both sides, keeping each rival distracted from focusing their attention on whose war this really is.
I wonder what will happen to us, to people like you and me, when there are finally no more wars to occupy us.
Magicians can only enchant their audience if the audience is unaware of how the trick is executed. If more people knew about how the shadow government operated, then maybe we could channel our energy into creating solutions for the future. But that's the thing, we're too busy paying away our debts, working at jobs we hate, so we can spend a little time with the people we love. We can never truly free ourselves without being able to name who rules over us.
What difference at this point does it make?
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere.
Nope, no weapons over there.
We should not argue in the context of yesterday. We should really first analyze how the world has dramatically changed and is changing in an accelerating way.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Something that I'm breathing, telling me to sleep in. Fix behind my lids like nothing gets done. Living by a bad truth, swallow it like who knew. Marching to the drums like sliding by the beaches, gotta have a secret. Life is plain peaches, tell nobody my secret. Drowning at the teaching, gotta have a secret. I'm just a fake silhouette, avoiding every threat. I wanna stay like a silhouette, but I can't do that. No, I can't.
Yep. November 11th, Remembrance Day in Canada. And November could be seen as the 9-month 9/11 sacrificial day. And even tomorrow, March 17th, which is the regimental day for the Patricias, PPCLI, and St. Patrick's Day, it can be seen as March as the first month. And so you got the 1-17 with the 7/11, 11/17, 171, whatever you want to talk about. And so many different connections. And again, I was the first female Patricia officer in the history of the regiment. And so okay, just so many fucking, like, I can't even tell you. And around this time of year, I get fucked with so hard. So if I end up getting suicided today or tomorrow or whatever like that, don't be surprised. Don't be shocked. I wouldn't do it myself. Again, like, I'm not suicidal. I'll reiterate that. I am not at all. I would have done it long a fucking go if I was that type. But and again, like, I come at that like I'm talking about something hard lightly. I have attempted in the past. It's been years, and it was because of the overwhelm of the awakenings and stuff like that. Can be very hard for people, especially women, I think, too, to handle. And but yeah, not something that I would ever consider in the last several years. And so if it happens, I'm saying it didn't happen. Someone fucking did it. So, but it is what it is. Wouldn't surprise me. I'd like it if it didn't happen. So anyway. Hey, how can I stop playing?
Hey, internet friends, Grace
Yesterday.
here. I was thinking about all these
Yesterday was the Ides of March.
CEOs who've been stepping down in 2020, and also about the stock market and how it's plunged within recent weeks. As we have this economic stimulus package headed our way and the Fed is pumping trillions of dollars into our economy, I thought, what better time to discuss a family who is intimately tied to the dollar? This family is as rich, if not richer, than the Rockefellers, yet they are not a household name. So let's spend this video talking about the Schiff family. Oddly enough, in order to speak about one of the richest families in America who hardly anyone knows about, we have to travel back to the Middle Ages, to a Jewish ghetto, where the Schiff family and the most notorious banking family, the Rothschild family, lived under one roof and continued to for centuries, intermarrying and essentially acting as one family. Which is where we meet Jacob Schiff, who was born in Frankfurt, Germany in 1847. At age 18, he set sail for New York, where he quickly made connections and moved up the ranks of the American banking industry. The Rothschild's now American cousin honed his finance skills and became a member of Kuhn Loeb, the European Jewish investment firm who emerged as one of the most influential firms of the industrial era. having financed top industry tycoons including John D. Rockefeller and his expansion of Standard Oil. Jacob Schiff married into Kuhn Loeb, becoming head of the firm yet never changing the name. And additionally, Schiff became the director of the National City Bank of New York, Wells Fargo, and the Union Pacific Railroad. In 1907, he launched the Jewish Immigrants Information Bureau to encourage European Jewish immigration to the United States, and successfully devised the Galveston Plan, in which European organizations recruited Jewish individuals and transported them to Texas. While Schiff managed to change immigration laws for one group, he actively suppressed immigrants of other ethnicities and nationalities. Also,
So there are, this is just my interpretation. Take it for what it's worth. I don't mean to offend anyone with my interpretations, but with the luminaries. And so with the moon on its celestial path above us as well, within this like 28 whatever period cycle, there's 13 full moons in the span of a year. So and so you've got that 28 times 13, 364, etc. So like that also shows you like its own calendar system. So there's that, and then even on the turtle's back, there's 13 sections to the shell, like in the inner part, and then the outer shell area, there's like 28 friggin' like things and like little shell things. And then Ophiuchus, like people argue that Ophiuchus is the 13th zodiacal sign because the foot or the heel passes through the zodiacal belt or the sun's ecliptical path through the zodiacal belt, and so people do say that is also the possible 13th astrological or zodiacal sign. And I think with the correlation of the luminary, I think that with the moon correlation, it's more connected to that. Again, that's just me. And there's solar calendars and there's lunar calendars, and so with the 13-month schedule and stuff like that, I believe it's possibly correlated with the lunar calendar and not so much the solar calendar. And there are people throughout the world, different civilizations that do. First of all, they have different periods and eras that they're living in. So like even like it's 2024 in Canada. In Africa, there are areas there where it's a completely different calendar year. With the Hebrews as well, like it's a different calendar year for them as well. And so it depends on where you are in the world. And we need to be aware of this, that people track time differently in different areas. And so these are all good points. And I don't know if people are interested in this stuff, but I'm just offering my 2 cents. I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong. I'm just giving my own. I could talk about this for freaking 10 years, but I won't. I gotta let this play.
So on his resume, Schiff was one of the major financiers of the Bolshevik Revolution, which massacred millions of Christians across Russia. Once established as a financial titan, this Rothschild cousin quickly implemented the family formula. Jacob Schiff, alongside his brother-in-law, Paul Warburg, waged a relentless campaign for an American central bank. This banking crusade included giving speeches in front of New York's Chamber of Commerce, advocating for currency reform, with Jacob Schiff delivering a number of these speeches, making his intent perfectly clear. The main opposition to the Fed conveniently kicked the bucket a year before it was created. Rival millionaires like Jacob Astor, Isidor Straus, and Benjamin Guggenheim sank along with the Titanic in
And yes, I know that the Titanic is a false flag operation. I've talked about this in videos as well.
1912. JP Morgan was supposed to be on board but
in
canceled
Canada.
at the last minute. What a coincidence, right? With Congress eager to take leave for the Christmas holidays, they passed the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 on December 23rd, which called for the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank, a central bank of the United States that would oversee
Olympic or the
the nation's
Olympiad? That was the one
monetary
that sank.
policy.
Forget.
But the catch being that the Federal Reserve wasn't even part of the federal government, but a foreign banking system that doesn't even print the dollar bill. In 1933, Americans were required to deliver their gold to a Federal Reserve agent under the threat of criminal penalties. Meanwhile, the Schiff family maintained their status as banking titans, but eventually branched out to build a media empire. The granddaughter of Jacob Schiff, Dorothy Schiff, was owner and publisher of the New York Post for nearly 40 years. Also of note, the president of the Federal Reserve, Eugene Meyer, bought the Washington Post. Today, the Schiff family is as rich as ever and still highly connected, marrying into politics with a Schiff descendant wedding Vice President Al Gore's daughter. And while they've since divorced, you can see other members of the family intermingle between politics and Hollywood. To conclude here, we have a pattern that the Schiff family helped establish, and they've financially profited off of it ever since, making them one of the richest families in America. In 1913, a criminal cartel took control of the nation's monetary system. Respective families of this cartel bought and built media outlets, as well as purchased politicians to push the U.S. into World War I. Both sides of every war were and are funded by the same bankers. Fast forward to the Roaring '20s. War was over and all the people with a little extra cash on hand got back into the financial market. Then the banks crashed the market once again, which prompted the Great Depression of the '30s, in which banking cartels bought up everything for pennies and to stabilize the economy, a problem they themselves created and already had a manufactured solution in place, rolled out the Emergency Banking Act of 1930.
The number that called me, it was a 210-210 area code, and it says it's Texas. And so again, I've talked about 201. Like, friggin' titles of some of my videos are 201 and 2701 and all that shit. And it's just very interesting. I didn't answer it, and they didn't leave a friggin' message, but it could be a scam.
Then came World War II, which was promoted to every
Who in Texas would be calling me? Like, what the fuck?
American through media channels the banking cartel owned and operated. Now we copy-paste the same formula for the Korean War, Vietnam,
I do have a friend in
Gulf War,
Texas, but I know his
Afghanistan,
number. It would
Iraq, interventions in Syria, Yemen, and Libya. All of these wars are bankers' wars, sold to the American public through media on false pretenses. And what needs to be made absolutely clear is that the motivation behind this practice, this pattern, isn't just a magic piece of paper. Now, I can already anticipate some of the reactions that I might receive as a result of pointing out someone's religious affiliation, whether that be Christian, Mormon, Muslim, Wahhabi, whatever. No one ever has a problem with it until I mention Talmudic Judaism, which is taught through a rabbinical text called the Babylonian Talmud and was compiled in the year 500. The Talmud says some pretty interesting things about the treatment of Gentiles, but Talmudic rabbis refute this observation by saying anti-Semites take these direct quotes about Gentiles and even the Talmudic view of Christ out of context. From Bethlehem to Babylon, or modern-day Iraq, is over 600 miles, quite a haul from where Judaism has its roots. At the core of Judaism is the covenant with Moses and the covenant with Abraham. The holy text is the Torah. There are plenty of Jews who would not touch the Talmud with a 10-foot pole. They strictly abide by the Torah. I am not talking about those people. It's incredibly important that I make this distinction. I'm not talking about your neighbors. I'm not talking about the people you see in your grocery store. I am not talking about you, a normal person who is just living your life. What I am talking about is a mindset, not even an ethnicity, because no one here can help how or where they were born. But what is within our control is how we treat people and what we do with this time we are given. So I'm talking about the continuum of Babylon, not Jerusalem. People who see themselves as one tribe to rule over all the others. A people who've claimed this religious identity but are clearly of Eastern European descent or Ashkenazi ancestry, who are thought to have made conversions to Judaism while under the Khazarian kingdom.
I've talked back and forth with Eddie Bravo. And I'm going to be reaching out. Like Sean Hibbler and I are going to be doing, hopefully still doing a podcast at the end of the month. He's been super busy because of the Old World release and stuff like that that's coming out this spring. I'm so excited about it. Old World stuff. Look at my videos too, but look at Sean friggin' Hibbler. Look at Eddie Bravo's work. Look at these guys. They're amazing. John Levi, Autodidactic. So many others that I'm probably missing. And so yeah, I'll be talking with Sean Hibbler hopefully by the end of the month. And maybe that will get Eddie to finally be, interested enough to get me on a friggin' podcast. I keep on asking him. I want it to be on like either like 89, 98, 69, 96, 102, 201 episode. You know what I mean? Like I wanted something with like a gematria fucking like significance. And so, but do it. Fucking Eddie. Like we should chat. Yeah. Yeah. I'm excited about it. So again, at the end of the month, I'm hoping it does line up because he seems like a fucking awesome guy and he has great content.
Them around the same time, the Babylonian Talmud was being compiled. And a lot of these folks ended up in Poland and then Germany.
The Olympics.
So anyway, I can already feel the ADL putting me on a list, but it has to be said, not from a place of hatred, but from a place of hope for humanity. All the things I've covered in this video and the events we are seeing play out on the world stage, even right now, today, is the logical culmination of Babylon debt slavery. The name Babylon can be translated to the
Yeah,
gates of
Sean
the
is
gods,
based.
not God with a big G, but gods with a little g, whom some might call fallen angels. The Bible talks about Babylon a lot, calling it the dwelling place of demons, a place of death, slavery, and blood rituals. Compound interest is literally Babylonian mathematics. It's inscribed on ancient tablets. Usury is Babylon. In other words, ancient Babylon was all about loaning you $50 if you paid them back $75. These practices yielded a society in which 80 to 90% of the population had nothing. A tiny fraction of the population had something, and 0.00001% of people had everything. The majority of the population was composed of people who were working just to barely financially get by. Basically just working to be able to afford to live. This is debt slavery.
Yeah, I do watch Zachary Hubbard, Gematria News Effect. I've talked about his work. I've promoted it. I've called in his show twice. I've emailed him, and I've commented on his friggin' posts because on different things Gematria related, but also I'm trying to get him to stop insulting fucking flat earthers so much on his fucking show. I've shared Zenith, Zachary Hubbard. I've shared like my own work. Obviously, I do it as well with my deep codes, and I use like even for example, like people don't call it gematria. Like I call gematria just like looking at numbers. It is what it is. We can argue about this, but like even with, for example, for the 201 significance, it was the 2nd of December of 1969 for Ottawa, when Pierre Elliott Trudeau met with the astronauts in Ottawa, our capital in Canada. And so Pierre Elliott Trudeau just so happens to be the father of Justin Trudeau, who's the current friggin' dictator of Canada. And so that was on December 2nd. December can also be seen as the 10th month, depending on what calendar system you're looking at. So you've got the 10/2, you've got the 102 or the 201, etc. And so, so even with that was my own interpretation of gematria that I've talked about unrelated to videos I've seen. And off the top of my head, I can't think of others. Like Zenith is good. Zachary is good. And there's others, but like, I don't really focus too much because there's so much going on in the world that I don't have time. I do my own interpretation. So even with like tomorrow being the 17th of March, I haven't heard anyone say anything about that. Like I didn't get any of that stuff from like Zachary or from anyone else. Like this is my own observations, me looking at the calendar system, because again, I'm looking at it differently than Zachary Hubbard anyways, right? So like, would he make the same connections as me? Is he looking at September as with the 7 connection? Is he looking at March with the 1 connection? Is he looking at, so I don't know. And, oh yeah. And I'm saying like Zach is great. And that's why, like, even though he friggin' makes fun of flat earthers and like all the time, like I still watch his stuff because it's interesting and I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And like, I'm trying to share with him information regarding why people are flat earthers or simulation earthers, and, or why so many different, and he just like, it's so like, I just wish he would stop shutting people out that are trying to help, because he is so good. You know what I mean? He is a truther. And, yeah, like I think it would just help, but and it's none of my business. Like I shouldn't be imposing like my views on anyone. I don't mean to. I just think that Zachary would possibly benefit because like he is a good guy. He sounds like he is very helpful within his own life, his personal life as well. And he's coming from a great place. He's been doing this for a very long time. He gets people that have fucking targeted his life, which is insane to me. Disgusting. And even his girlfriend or his wife, like she's been targeted too. Like this is all, and he's just, again, he's a guy that's like every fucking day, because the world is collapsing around us, he's trying to fucking help and getting kicked while he's like trying to help. And so like it's just infuriating. And so like I really do hope that people look at his work. And even though he makes fun of flat earthers and calls us names, like even the other day, just like he, like, you know, just, it is what it is. He's not committing any crimes by doing that.
Can we draw any parallels to modern society here? Oh, and by the way, did I say Palestine or Egypt was all
right? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he seems like such a good guy. And Flirt for life. Yeah, me too. And so that's the only reason why, like, he seems like such a good guy, legitimately. And he's been like sacrificing so much for like for over a decade now. And so the whole flirt thing or the flat earth thing, I'm not trying to impose anything on him. I'm just trying to help. Just like everyone else is. There's a lot of people that comment on his platform. I see it and they say, like, can you look at this? Like, look at this. And they're not being rude. They're not attacking him, despite the fact that he's attacking us. And
All about loaning you $50
I think this is the year.
as long as you paid back $75? No, I didn't. So please spare me on accusations of anti-Semitism. America was never.
I want to. So he now has What the Fuck Radio or a WTF Radio. And so I absolutely would call in. But the thing is, I've also emailed him, like I said, like even in the last few weeks, because I don't want to embarrass him. I don't want to do any of that stuff. I don't debate to humiliate people. I'm not Craig. I don't want to do that. And so, like, if he would want to have just like a private conversation with me, I've offered it. I've given my contact information. And so if he wants to have like a sidebar, even on Zoom or something like that, discuss this and like, and then him like ask me like, why do you think that? I would take all the time in the friggin' world to explain my opinions or whatever you want to call it, and show him my data, you know, so that he's not doing it live and having to deal with that, you know. And I could just think it would be better if like he would just be open to having a phone conversation first, and then go from there. And it's open. I'm open to that. And even with Craig, if Craig wanted to call me or do a Zoom session, like one-on-one, like not live, I would still be open to doing that, because like I don't know him personally. So like he could be a really good guy in his personal life, right? This just could be like one topic that triggers him and makes him crazy, right? And he's very, very wrong in it, and he's causing a lot of harm and death to humanity and deceiving us. But you know, maybe he's coming from a good place too. I don't know, but with Zach, I just think it's worth him reaching out, because I've given my information, and if he wants to call me, he can.
We're supposed to be home to this debt slavery system. The American founders talked about this a lot. America was intended to be an even playing field where everyone could succeed, not lose their houses over fluctuating interest rates in a manufactured mortgage crisis. Do you hear how absurd that sounds? The money was always supposed to be backed in something tangible like
oh my
gold or
God,
silver, but instead we have magic paper money.
That would be a good debate. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, because Z and Zach actually very fucking similar in a lot of things, and they're very smart, and so yeah, that'd be a good debate. And I think they would be very respectful to each other too. I don't think it would be like people think. I don't think they'd be screaming and yelling at each other at all. I think it would be a very intellectual debate, and I would actually fucking definitely watch that. Oh my goodness, I would see. Those are things that I would watch. Those are debates I'd watch.
Backed by nothing except the confidence to exchange it for goods and services. And our whole financial system is controlled by people who have no allegiance to us. They use compound interest money that is backed by absolutely nothing. They can print as much of it as they want and flood our markets with dollars under the guise of saving us. But you cannot save someone from a problem that you yourself created. You are not the hero here. You are the villain. So to put it all into perspective, a Rothschild cousin came to America and made quick work of overturning America's monetary system. In 1910, in total and complete secrecy, Schiff and his buddies traveled to an island off the coast of Georgia called Jekyll Island, where the Rockefellers already had a residence. And there just so happened to be a huge Native American burial ground in their front yard. There was a Native American tribe who once inhabited Georgia's islands, and historians have noted that an ancient Canaanite altar once existed on Jekyll Island and was the location of ritual sacrifice. A tidbit which is used to explain why the original members of the Fed chose Jekyll Island of all places to plan the country's monetary policy. In fact, in 1892, the Atlanta Constitution reported they had found a mound in that area that contained
You want to witness a rectilinear experiment. Rectilinear is used to mean straight. So if something moves in a straight line, it has rectilinear motion. A photographer's rectilinear lens reflects images accurately, so their straight lines don't appear curved. And there's lasers that do the same thing; they don't curve. And like radar, like etc. Like am I don't know if am I wrong in that? Like, can someone? And again, I'm not meaning to like call people out. I just like I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, there's countless observations that are done regarding rectilinear observations, experiments.
One frame of a 9-foot tall human who must have been a very near relative of old Goliath.
There. You're welcome. It's not curving, it's straight. Further expanding it out. Inverse square law still applies with this.
Which is a direct quote. Goliath in the Bible is recorded as a 9-foot tall giant, and
Am I wrong in that? I don't know. I'm just
regard
like,
Goliath
I read
as
this
a
quickly.
Nephilim descendant of Cain.
And so even with that as well, is that something that's supposed to refute the shape of the earth? Because that is also independent of the shape of the earth or the luminaries and stuff like that as well. So again, when people are trying to call people out on theories or their belief systems or any of that stuff, like, it's just like, I don't know, just getting a better understanding of their arguments and like, do they apply to that situation or not? And again, I mean, no offense, but that in itself does not prove curvature, because it's 8 inches per mile squared. We've repeatedly proved that we can observe well beyond that with basic aids like the Nikon camera, with a telescope. Like, you could do this on your own, these experiments on your own. And then I've shown even like I so many videos on this. So I don't know. I got to keep on with the video. I'm talking so much. 42 minutes in.
People tend to label this sort of
And I'm
talk as a bunch
an
of
hour and
malarkey,
42 minutes
just
in almost.
total fantasy, but think about it. People have died, are dying, and will die for $1, a piece of paper backed by absolutely nothing tangible. Nothing. Just open up your wallet and look at the iconography on the dollar bill. Just pull out your wallet and look at a dollar bill. We have a pyramid with
I'll take a look at that, what you're talking about. I'm just going to let this play on.
an eye on top of it. And underneath, Novus Ordo Seclorum, meaning the new secular order or new order for the ages. These visual metaphors relate to the same kind of debt slavery, usury, and compound interest that America was never supposed to have. And historically, this banking cartel has silenced anyone who has challenged their control. Like Napoleon with his Bank of France, or Lincoln with his greenback, or even JFK and Gaddafi tried to introduce the gold denier. Look at what happened to these people. And now Trump deals with them. And there have been moments throughout his presidency where he's been incredibly critical of the Fed. And even as recently as yesterday, the Fed admitted to manufacturing this economic crisis we face during this period of pandemic. So it will be very telling to see how Trump responds. And just to wrap it all up here, Mystery Babylon isn't such a mystery, is it? The Federal Reserve has created unimaginable private wealth like the familial wealth of the Schiff family. But like I said before, it's not all about that dollar bill, y'all. It's about control. And control is directly at odds with freedom, one of America's most cherished values. These are the families who sit on top of everything, who don't want to be noticed, but there are no families or corporations or governments higher than them, as the governments and corporations are completely at their mercy.
What difference at this point does it make?
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. Nope, no weapons over there.
Do you mean Cyrus? I mean, no offense in this. Like, I'm gonna take a look at this stuff again. It's not part of my today's video, but I do look at recommendations from people, and I've gotten great feedback from people. I look at that stuff as well. So I'm looking at Cyrus Teed, January 2nd. Anyway, Cyrus Reed Teed, October 18th, 1839, December 22nd, 1908. How interesting. These dates also, December 22nd, 1908, with a 189 in there. A U.S. eclectic physician and alchemist turned pseudo-scientific religious leader and self-proclaimed messiah. I'm already hooked. I'm very interested in this already. I'm not going to lie. And so I'm going to let this play out, though.
We should not argue in the context of yesterday. We should really first analyze how the world has dramatically changed.
You're so
and is
right.
changing in an accelerating way.
Yeah.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Something that I'm breathing, telling me to sleep in. Makes me on my lids like nothing gets done. Living by a bad truth, swallow it like who knew. Marching to the I'm just a fake silhouette, avoiding every threat. I wanna stay like a silhouette, but I can't do that. No, I
Hey, Internet friends. Not too long ago, those who sought total and complete control over a society did so not on the basis of exemplifying exceptional character or extraordinary ability, but they operated under what was known as the divine right of kings, or the assertion that a king, viewed as a god in his own respect, was not subject to the will of his people, but only to be judged by God himself. These mighty men of old were successful in convincing others that God's mandate flowed through their veins, and that everyday people should spend the best years of their lives working to secure the social order of their realm. And for a time, this was how the world worked. Documented in history books with the blood of the ordinary used as the ink to write a version of the past. But in a post-American Revolution society, it would seem like the divine rights of kings would be a distant memory. But is the reality really so? Do certain bloodlines still hold power within our current government system? And if all US presidents are somehow united in blood, does that mean our leaders are really elected by the people? Or does that mean they're selected by the few?
Holy shit.
Recently,
I'm missing so many proton mails that I have, like emails that I have to go through right now. Like, holy shit.
there's been a surge of renewed interest in a story that hit the mainstream a number of years ago, when Bridjan, a 12-year-old student, discovered that all of the United States presidents, with the exception of one, were all related to each other, linked by one distinct royal descendant. Bridjan reportedly completed this project with a little help from her grandparents. And the one president they were unable to link to the common descendant was Martin Van Buren, the 8th president of the United States, but the first president to actually be born a citizen of the United States, unlike the 7 presidents before him who were born British subjects. At 5'6", Van Buren's nickname was the Little Magician, because he was quite the compelling guy. Or at least Yale's Skull and Bones Not-So-Secret Society must have thought so, as Van Buren's skull is rumored to reside within the school's tombs. Bridjan traced all of the presidents back to King John of the House Plantagenet. The House of Plantagenet, with the surname having etymological roots in Old English, meaning sprig of bloom or young tree. According to the legend that's still being circulated today, the Plantagenets were descended from a demon, which served as an explanation of their ferocity and seemingly supernatural success on the battlefield. King John's reputation doesn't really improve from his familial lore. You were probably introduced to him as a child, as the villain in the tales of Robin Hood, as the ruler of a vast international empire who held the most important and powerful dominion over Europe at that time. There is next to nothing flattering written about King John. During the age of chivalry, he was callous and cruel, orchestrating one bloody betrayal after another, relishing in the conflict he created in his own court, starving his captives to death, and most of all, oppressing his subjects. One of the lovely fairy tales taught within the confines of the classroom assures us that the era of kings being able to do whatever they pleased, whenever they pleased, ended with King John, as he's most known for granting the Magna Carta, a document that was based on the Charter of Liberties and whipped up by the Archbishop of Canterbury as a practical solution to a political problem. You see, King John had managed to anoint everyone with his disastrous military campaigns. And he specifically ticked off his barons because he attempted to extort money from them. So as a peace treaty of sorts, the Magna Carta served to place limits on the power of the crown, theoretically ensuring King John's actions would not be repeated by a future ruler,
and to this day still symbolizes the rights of a subject against the power of a tyrant, even though the document definitely didn't apply to all people at that time, just nobility. Sorry, poor people, you lose again. But nonetheless, it was the first step towards the justice system we know today. King John granted the Magna Carta in 1215, but by the next year, he had kicked the bucket, with his legacy being that he managed to lose the empire his family had attained. His funeral broke tradition as he wasn't buried with his crown, and records of his death indicate that he was little mourned, and mentioned that his subjects thought him to be suffering in the torments of hell. Even his queen abandoned 4 of their 5 children and wasted no time to start a new life with a lover from her past, never to publicly mention her late husband again. Pretty spicy, right? Curiously, in 1797, King John's body was exhumed and the townspeople pilfered parts of his remains, keeping them as souvenirs. Comment below if you would have kept a piece of King John as a souvenir. Your honesty, as always, is appreciated. Before a 7th grader connected all of the presidents back to King John, there was a guy making headlines in his attempt to discover if and how bloodlines played into power. As the son of a Washington, D.C. attorney, this Harvard graduate, classmate of Ted Kennedy and ex-husband of a French countess, Harold Brooks Baker often made comments about the British royal family to the press and advocated his most royal candidate theory with each United States presidential election, with the theory being that the winning candidate would always have the greatest percentage of royal blood. His theory held water up until the 2004 presidential election, when he guessed that John Kerry would be the winner, given that he had more royal blood than George W. Bush. Brooks Baker kicked the bucket a few months later, but his theory lived on. Much like Bridgean's project, the media drooled all over themselves whenever Brooks Baker spoke. And the propagation of his most royal candidate theory has served to push another theory, that presidents are selected, not elected, and specifically their selection is...
No reply from Jesse Hall yet. That was another question that was just asked to me. And so it doesn't look like he even read my message yet.
Is based on their...
I DM'd him on Twitter, on X.
Pedigree. To reiterate,
I'm
the basis
detonating
of this theory is that a candidate does not achieve presidency because of their ambition, charisma, skill set, or...
So like this is going to talk a lot about like how there's like weird people that are like in a club that we are not authorized to be in, and they just got a little bit parasitic. I'm going to because friggin' November usually friggin' there's good videos that are recommended, and I did listen. I looked through my Proton mails and stuff like that. I appreciate you giving this. And so this is the Masquerade Tour, Flat Earth. Oh, I've seen this before and I liked it. I love this. Posted 3 years ago, 2 years, July 2021. So almost 3 years ago, whatever. And this is Witsit Gets It. And I'm enjoying his work too. Him and Zetetic Z. I fell upon them because of November. I really freaking appreciate it because like the science stuff, I fucking love that. Sorry for swearing, but anyway.
Is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to
hopefully.
Investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the question. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day 1 question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat.
Oh, that's good to know.
The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour. And every single...
okay, so like I finally... Sorry, like I'm looking at this. So like even with V, Roman numerals, that's 10. So you got like... So this could be seen as 12. Or this could be seen as 10... 11, but then you've got the 10, 11, 12. Anyway, whatever. I just made a connection that I forgot that I made.
Star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be all right as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing, okay, the word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light.
22nd letter of the English alphabet is what he's going at with that.
They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because it's the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool's a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please.
And they make it so complicated as well. So like even with like the 3.14, all that, like with pi, with like the 2 pi r squared and stuff like that, for like measuring circumference, diameter, radius, and stuff like that. But even with that, like the radius is the diameter times pi is what gives you the circumference. So it's like a little bit over 3 times the diameter is a little over 3 times the circumference. And that's just how it fucking works out. Look at it yourself. And then 3.14159, etc. It turns into like the 6.238. Okay, so like when you times the radius by 6.238, that also gives you the circumference. And so they're trying to trick us with this fucking astronomical mathematics, and they're using all these fucking ways to like try to like make us confused. And a lot of these fucking algorithms and these mathematical calculations that they use can also be simplified, and it's also applicable. And you come up with the same results using a fucking circle, a sphere, or a globe. And a sphere is not a fucking ball. A sphere can be half a globe or a ball. It could be a fucking triangle rotated 180 degrees, etc. And so like, I just wish people understood math.
They said that the Earth
and circles, and then and the sun's rotation, like at the sun's path above us, because like then this stuff would fucking click. Okay, and that's also unrelated to the shape of the Earth. I get that, but again, we're being lied to about that on such a large scale that when you look at that and realize that and understand that that does not work on a fucking globe, people, everything they're saying, theoretical and largely debunked, and or applies to both models, and that's how they get us to fucking keep on arguing with ourselves.
Has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the
11/11
height. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth.
November 11th, 11/11, 9/11. Like you could be a friggin' big friggin' player in this game. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen, 255 miles away. And according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain. Yet you could see
Scorpio. This is not science, but Scorpio is it's correlated. Like Mars rules over Scorpio and Aries, and Scorpio is and also the element correlated with that is iron. The color associated with it is yellow. Mars being like symbolic of war for some reason and stuff like that. And so like I'm wondering if you are like a warrior type, combative type. Like Aries can be very friggin' like war centric, and Scorpio is more like the hidden, occult, dark, mysterious types, and then even Scorpio with the body part that is correlated with is the sexual / reproductive organs. Anyway,
see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we or just going to...
Oh, also fun fact that the 25th of December in it's either a leap year or a non-leap year is the in a non-leap year is the 360th day of the year. I'm just gonna look at it here just to show you. I just thought that was interesting because I've said before that when you look at for pregnancy expectancy, if a baby was conceived or like whatever on the 20th of March during the spring solstice, the expected delivery date is the 25th of December, which is also very interesting to me. So again, like even with our connection with this divine clock with men and women, it's divine, and so like this is a divinely intelligently created cosmos, and there's just like a whole lot of non-coincidences. And so you've got here the months, the days, December 25th. Sorry, it's the 359th day on a non-leap year, normal year. So on a leap year, December 25th, 360. So on a leap year, and we are in a leap year. So there's no coincidence in my humble opinion that a leap year has where December 25th falls on the 360th day of the year. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. My birthday is on the 12th of December. So it's the 1229 is the 201st prime number. And December 29th, 2022 is when Netanyahu became the leader again of Israel. And I was like, oh, fuck. He chose a 201 number like day. And I'm like, oh my God, we're fucked. Because again, Netanyahu is the one that lied about weapons of mass destruction to Congress in 2002 and got us into a fucking war in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, and Iraq, and all these places. And I'm just like, oh my God, like I was like this. I've been so stressed. And again, I'm not paranoid with this stuff. Like I know that you shouldn't get worked up with this stuff, but like, I don't know. There's something to this stuff. Sorry, I'm going to go on with this video.
Understand something.
Ugh. It always stressed me out when I like copy and paste it into the screen. So I should always just exit out and do it again. Wrong one. I had a 50-50 chance of getting it.
Other solar system planet with other spherical planets.
No, I'm 1229.
Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society.
I'm 1229, December 29th. So it can be seen as 10/12, and it could be seen as 12. Sorry, it can be seen as 10/29, or it can be seen as 12/29. 363rd day of the year. 12/29. 29 December.
Where everything they say is wrong and stupid,
Capricorn.
and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest.
True.
What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point. And it's literally impossible, according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions. And I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be
It's so
honest.
fucking
You
true.
know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long distance observation, and you know nothing about it.
Nope.
So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond.
Can you fall off the edge of a fucking bathtub? Can you fall off the edge of a fucking pool? God, I get that question too. They're like, oh, like, why don't you fucking walk to the edge and fall off? I'm like, rude. First of all, and second of all, oh my God.
There's a shoreline. The water's
So much to
contained.
unpack.
There's something called this. You need to just listen though, right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a
Oh my God, I love that friggin' point. Like, because some people try to set like throw out these like really complicated theories that again that revolve around the globe Earth fucking model and theories, like all these other ones that we've already debunked. And so like if I haven't heard of something, people are like, oh well, you know, I guess you're a fucking idiot, and I guess you don't know. Though clearly that means the Earth is a globe. And I'm like, no, it means I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. And could this be another debunked theory? Like, I'm not familiar with it because, again, it's not something that I've researched, but I've researched a lot and I've come up with a lot of fucking like proof and facts and mathematical all of that literally debunk the fucking globe Earth model, including the Pythagorean calculations that they gave us to calculate the curve, the Earth curve. Debunked. Okay. So if you want to come at me with a fucking random, like whatever wild card, I'm going to tell you I don't know what the fuck. I will research it, okay, but that does not mean that because I don't know that specific fucking random fucking thing that does. It's completely unrelated to the conversation. I hope that makes sense as well. I really like that point.
Rate consistent with the radius value.
I really just wanted to emphasize that because like that happens a lot, right? Where they're like, oh, do you know about this? And they're like, no. They're like, oh well, I guess you're a fucking idiot. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, do you want to go? You want to play fucking who knows more? Like, there's a lot of things I can ask other people as well that they have no idea what I'm talking about. It doesn't make them inferior to me. It just means that they don't know, that they don't have access to that same information. So why don't you explain it?
3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored. And I've been censored on every major platform and even PayPal and Venmo because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth.
Oh, this is to Jay. Jay, are you talking about Whitsett should be arrested? Why? He's not committing any crimes, and he's risking his life just like countless other truthers have done, where they've been murdered and careers ruined, lives destroyed, targeted, attacked, and stuff like that for speaking the truth. And so please, I would just like you to elaborate. Like, are you another globe troll that's like on this site just to kind of like make it look like you're better than us? Right? And if so, then like, do you not have anything better to do? I'm giving you a chance here. Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, and what proof can you offer that that goes against what he's talking about and what I'm talking about? Again, it's genuine questions. Like, insulting people, like you're already losing the argument in the debate because like people that are vibrating on a lower level, they insult people. So for me, like I would try to not insult people. I would try to talk about the actual data and the facts that I have because I have a lot of them. And yeah. I'm just gonna.
by telling you lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of
Oh,
everything.
if he's joking,
okay?
that's fine.
The
too, that's
basement,
fair.
effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains.
It's a geocentric stationary plane. Yeah, and he could be joking. That's fine. Like sometimes because of just like when I'm like a little bit more stressed out, like I take things a little bit more literally, or I get a little bit more irritable, I guess, like in my responses. I don't mean to be. Like I try to be polite. It's just like in the last 24 hours, I've just had crazy fucking stuff happen. Like again with house insurance, with like zero fucking reason why, like being canceled. I might have to be like I might have to move. Like I have like fucking like a news person like that was supposed to come today that canceled after being late, after delaying and being late, and then canceling, and so many other things. And so like I'm just like I'm already like a little bit wound up. I don't mean to be, but it is what it is. And so like that's why like if he's joking, then it's you know it's I don't know.
We have valleys, but it's a topographical plane.
Different
the
humor.
sky resets
It's
like
fair.
a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole.
Oh,
and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of
I don't know if Witsit gets arrested or not, but
years doing
anyway,
the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax. Okay, so you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion. It's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory.
For what? I'm gonna like research that. Are you talking about Witsit? I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna keep this playing. I'm gonna look.
First time. Oh well, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here, an Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department, he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, it is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources. He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America is going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, we will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called
Okay, I had to look because so people getting arrested, that does not make them their beliefs or their theories or their arguments wrong. And I feel like that should be obvious. And so I think I got the video he's talking about, where it took me a minute. I'm gonna share this video that I think that he's talking about. But again, the Earth is still fucking flat. So I don't care. Maxime Bernier, the leader of the PPC, was arrested. Jeremy McKenzie went to jail. Tamara Leach, a fucking grandmother in Canada that was calling out the fucking mandates and stuff like that, who was peacefully protesting during the Freedom Convoy, was jailed for a couple fucking months. Helen Gruss, my friend, over 20 plus fucking years at Ottawa Police Services, still in the courts, suspended and charged, all this fucking bogus charges. And again, a hero person. And so I don't because someone's arrested, that actually gives them more credibility than not. So again, not helping your case, and let's see, the hate speech. He violated freedom of speech, and and how do people violate? Anyway, I'm going to leave it play. Let's see here. Audit the audit, and again, they're going to say it a different way, so I'm just going to share what he says.
Voicing
and not
his beliefs into a loudspeaker on the Grandview Terrace at Mount Rushmore in Pennington County, South Dakota. Before beginning,
and I don't even know if this is Whitsitt. I'm just assuming this might possibly be what they're talking about. It says scientist gets arrested at Mount Rushmore as crowd cheers, because again, even when Jesus Christ, and again, this is a mythological figure, not real, but when he gets crucified on the cross and tortured and stabbed and all of that stuff, everyone's cheering that as well. So I'm just going to say that, right?
Speech. Mr. Whitsitt informs his audience that he has already had altercations.
Right? We didn't learn the lesson, maybe.
With park rangers in the area for the very
A2 Brutus or whatever, fucking Brutus and stuff like that. Julius Caesar, Ides of March, which was just yesterday. Julius Caesar could also possibly be a mythological fucking figure that did not exist. That's a representation of the sun and its path through the zodiacal belt. Every fucking year, the same thing.
very same conduct. Approximately 22 minutes into his speech, two park rangers approach Mr. Whitsitt and order him to disband his speech.
Nice.
Hello, sir. How are you?
What's up, man?
Hey.
How you doing now?
That didn't take me long at all. Again, I'm not even a fucking journalist, and this is just I don't know, that didn't take me long at all. I've never seen this video before. And again, I fully support him because he is not a coward.
Doing good.
All right. So we're just coming back.
Yeah.
Want to give you every opportunity. We have the permit paperwork if you'd like to apply for a permit. We have your regulations showing you that this is not an approved area. Would you like to move?
No.
Okay.
All right. Well, so what's the decibel?
So, well, no, I'm citing you for engaging in activity.
Well, let me see the law.
You need to let me
Do you know how the law works?
So what I'm asking, I'm going to need your ID.
I don't have to give you my ID. Are you detaining me?
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Okay. For what? What suspicion of what crime?
If you fail to identify yourself, you're going to be detained.
So you two.
So they don't. So again, they're all masked up and stuff like that. William Shakespeare looks sus. No other playwriters mentioned his name at that time. He could be Sir Francis Bacon, who could have also been the one that wrote the King James Version of the Bible in 1611. 6 + 1 is 7. 711. You've got that as well. And it could have been them stealing from people that had written these works before them as well. And all part of the PSYOPs, social conditioning, messaging, and stuff like that that's going on to keep deceiving us. And so Jay Kraft, I'm going to play this video, but what points do you have that prove the Earth is not flat? Lots of people have been arrested. That gives you clout. Like I was saying, if you've been arrested, that does not give you clout. I'm sorry, I take that back. If you've committed crimes, then it is what it is. But if you've been arrested because of things because of being a good person and peacefully trying to speak your fucking truth, and I feel like that's a shitty thing to do. Anyway, I'm going to keep on playing this. I talk so much. I'm sorry.
To detain me, you have to. Yeah, actually, to ID me, you have to detain me.
I just have to cite you
No.
So I'm citing you with 36 CFR 1.6,
Which says what?
For failing to engage or failing to get a permit for an activity.
So
that
can I see
requires a
this? Can I
permit.
see the ordinance?
Yes.
The Rangers inform Mr. Whitsitt that he is violating Section 1.6 of Title 36 of the Code of Federal Regulations by demonstrating without a permit, and attempt to provide him with a copy of the permit application.
Demonstrating without a permit? He's trying to share the truth, and like there's peaceful protests. Like I went to the Freedom Convoy, I didn't have a permit. Like I don't even anyway.
This section of the code states that the official in charge of a national park, quote, may issue a permit to authorize an otherwise prohibited or restricted activity or impose a public use limit, and prohibits, quote, engaging in an activity subject to a permit requirement imposed pursuant to this section without obtaining a permit. Additionally, Section 2.51 of Title 36 of the Code of Federal Regulations governs when...
I'm just gonna keep them talking because like that guy was annoying. I want to get to what he was saying. Because everything else is bullshit and I don't care about it.
The Code of Federal Regulations that did not allow small groups to demonstrate in these areas without a permit.
He doesn't
was
look
an
like he has any
unconstitutional
weapons.
Prior restraint on free
He
speech.
doesn't look like he's wearing blackface or brownface like Justin Trudeau has done. He doesn't look like he's wearing any pedophile confirming or supporting fucking paraphernalia. He's not wearing a minor attracted person flag on his chest. He's not wearing anything MAGA related.
Speech. What's up?
Do you have an ID?
Am I being detained?
Yes.
Okay, so suspicion of what crime?
You are engaging in an activity that requires a permit.
Can I see the law then?
Yes. Let's go over here.
Why are you trying to move me away from my camera to cite it? You're being really weird. No, you can just show it to me right now.
Here, here's a whole bunch of information.
Don't touch me.
Like
So, to detain me, you have to articulate suspicion of crime.
Poor guy.
Yeah. We offered you.
So can I see it?
Yeah.
You haven't even cited it yet. You haven't cited the ordinance.
Beard and everything. Again, this guy probably pretends that he's like a conservative, traditional guy, like and all this shit. There was also a wildlife preservation officer named Bob in fucking Lake Miramichi area, not last summer, but the summer before. No, 2.5 years ago now. Sorry, 2.5 years ago now. There were people in hazmat suits and stuff like that, like people within government that were poisoning Lake Miramichi, and someone was live streaming, luckily, and showed this and showed the wildlife preservation officer named fucking Bob, just like this fucking prick right here, watching it happen and allowing it to happen. And these people were poisoning the water. Lake Miramichi, it's a huge fucking lake in New Brunswick, and where fish were dying. And he was even showing that they were like immediately like floating up to the surface and like fucking floating away. And so, oh yeah, so. Okay, so we're on the same page, but where was I going with it? But they're supporting and enabling like bullshit. Like, so again, like what's the difference between this guy and a fucking Nazi? And I mean, no offense in that. I'm not saying what's the difference between this guy and an SS officer. I know the fucking difference in that. I'm not claiming that, but I'm saying what's the difference between him and the people during the Stanford prison experiments or during World War II and stuff like that, like that were allowing shit to happen, not doing anything about it, not speaking out against it, not informing their fucking neighbors about it, and or supporting and enabling it by transporting people into these like these kill fucking camps, extermination camps, all of that stuff. Like part of the problem, bros.
Yeah. What does it say specifically? Read it.
I'm not required.
Yeah,
to
you
do
are.
that.
Yeah, you are.
Negative. So
Read the ordinance.
Engaging in an activity requiring a permit.
Okay, so specifically, which part of what we're doing requires the
Using an
permit?
audio device.
Okay, so what's the
Audio,
decibel reading?
Banner.
You can't have it at all.
So can I see the law?
Yes. He's trying to explain this.
I want to see the law.
So what I'm going to need is your ID, or I'm going to need you to give me your name and date of birth, state of your island.
I need to see the law. Are you not
Yeah.
listening?
What we're going to do.
It said what's it? It said his name.
I'm going
It's
to.
him. You guys saw that.
If you fail to identify yourself, I'm going to arrest you for refusing to identify yourself.
Wow.
Number two, I'm going to confiscate all of this as evidence.
After Mr. Whitsitt refuses to identify himself, the Rangers threaten to arrest him for failure to identify and to confiscate his video equipment. U.S. Park Rangers are federal law enforcement officers, which means they are generally authorized to enforce both federal laws and the laws of the state where the park is located. Additionally, Section 102701 of Title 54...
Just because you could doesn't mean you should. Like, he's not talking about like anything like I don't know, like it's fucking flat Earth stuff. Like, come on, guys. Like, Jesus Christ, we're such a pussy fucking society now. And you know, this can ruin people's lives. So like, if he was arrested and charged, like there's certain positions within his country that he could not hold. He could possibly not get a mortgage and approved for insurance. He could possibly pay more in insurance because they see him as a liability. And he's just a fucking guy trying to like tell the truth.
At least the initial seizure of the video equipment incident to Mr. Whitsitt's arrest.
And look at this. He's wearing a fucking bow tie. He's got like a science fucking lab coat. These guys have like baton, fucking guns, tasers, spray, everything. Fucking and oh my god.
Big tough guy. So let me tell you what the law says.
No.
So whenever you have to come give a warning as to someone doing something illegal, and you have to cite the law and read what it says as when it's prohibited.
Engaging in activity requiring a permit.
So what part of it requires the permit?
Your audio device and your banner.
So can I read the law? Is that an unfounded request?
I'm not required to print out and show you.
You are required to cite the ordinance and say what it says. Okay, then I'll just research. I'll look it up. Say the ordinance again.
Keep your hands out of your pockets.
Say the ordinance again, buddy.
Do you have any weapons on?
Say the ordinance again.
36 CFR 1.6.
36 CFR 1.6.
No.
This is hilarious. I have to do your job for you.
No problem. Sure, put your hands on your back.
For what?
I'm going to take your phone. Put your hands.
That's that was funny. Like that College Girls Gone Wild was a hit. That was so funny. I wasn't expecting that. College Girls Gone Wild was a friggin' hit, especially before like internet porn like came to be, right? Like people had like the videotapes, like College Girls Gone Wild, like the friggin' like they would put it in their friggin' cassette player and stuff like that, and play the same fucking tape. Anyway, Public Servants Gone Wild. That would be fucking epic right now. Oh my god, because there's so many different public servant jobs now where like there's no uniforms, there's no dress regulations or anything like that. And I've shared pictures like the March for Freedom downtown. The people that went against the people that were marching for children's rights and stuff like that. They were getting assaulted and threatened and attacked and counter protests by people that were public servants that were like morbidly obese. And I mean, no offense in that, but like you were morbidly obese. They would have like multiple different fucking colors of hair. And they were doing and saying the craziest fucking things. And I was like, that's Public Servants Gone Wild. And I shared that shit too. That's fucking hilarious because like, they can be so funny. Like the things they do and say. And then even during these protests, like you ask them questions, like, and all they do is just like, they'll look at you and they'll be like, and we're just like, okay, so I don't like, was that a question? Was that an answer? Was that a mating call? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, but I'm like, I don't even, anyway.
On your back.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Wow.
Put your hands on your back. You're under arrest.
I'm under arrest.
Just because you could.
This is public property,
you
bro.
should. And I even like showed like there's law enforcement guys that arrested a fucking, like, I'm not even kidding you, arrested a fireman just like last week or whatever it was, arrested a fireman on a call responding to a fucking accident and was arrested by one of these fucking numbnuts. This is what I mean. Like, this is not your job. That's not your job. That's not your job, honey boo boo. All right. You're not serving or protecting or defending or upholding any fucking laws or anything. You're ruining people's lives that are good fucking people. And, but yeah, I just get triggered with this stuff because it's like, I don't know, like as a woman, like I'm just looking at that and I'm like, oh my God, this guy's getting arrested. He's getting detained. He's going to be going into fucking jail. Like, does he have the money or the assets to get out? You know, is this going to ruin his life? Like there's all these things. And it's like, I don't know.
President from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they, quote unquote, destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions, when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem. But now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact, where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry, though. We explore the Earth for you. You're not, we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you can never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded or concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about.
He's making such good points, and what I'm talking about as well, like with the measurable flight path, whatever you want to call it, of the luminaries, but the sun also is measurable, and we can calculate it and stuff like that, and it's independent of the shape of the Earth as well, like I've said, or the size of the Earth. And so these measurements that I've talked about that they're discussing is the alleged circumference and diameters and radius of the Earth. They're basing that off of the flight path and the rays of the fucking sun, like as it travels across like various tropics in its circular elliptical path through the zodiacal belt.
Going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly.
Oh my God. So like this totally went to court and stuff like that. I got to do like way more research in this because like he's so educated that like, and again, and people are intimidated, and he is someone that is smart enough that like if he gets it, if he went to court, which it sounds like he did, that he'd be able to defend himself or at least explain himself. And yeah, so thanks, Jay, for that. Like I actually did appreciate that. I don't like sharing like the ugly side of like what people go through when they're sharing truth, but like it's like I'm just like it's a good example of the fact that he's got fucked with too. Like I've gotten fucked with. Like I've had friends that I've gotten fucked with that are people that are working literally within the government, and so it's like no one is Teflon. Like we're all a target.
Censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Joe Rogan's podcast, #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is.
He said curvative, so he didn't even say the fucking word right, like the curvative. But again, I'll give it to him because English is not his first language, and so I get it. But
is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one. And they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles, right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring it out, zoom in, and you actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually, you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase. Pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold. High pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizes the pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air, not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity. It's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even claim that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't actually define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied with the same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that in fact they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin.
Even the presidents, like everyone thinks that George Washington was the first like colonial president of the United States when there was like multiple presidents even before him, like white presidents. Like people do not know history because it's not taught by the institutions right now. I'm really hoping that changes this year.
same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, get it forward, and there's something called compartmentalization where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, you're stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the earth. And that means the earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though. So the water is contained, which is convenient.
So they conveniently said that he went like, what was it, 68,000 miles? Oh. And so if you got the circumference being like 24,000 miles, so it's like 20, 40, 60. So like approximately, again, this is loose fucking math, like a little over. And it took him like 2.5, 3 years, whatever. This makes sense more on a flat Earth map.
Because fluid static.
Alaska, fun fact, or Antarctica is the only fucking whatever you want to call it continent. I don't even know. I think it's a ring, but or ice shelves that like surround the perimeter of this flat Earth plane. But it's the only flag that has where it's like this is for sure a continent, for sure a landmass, for sure a geographical location that's like continent. No other fucking flag has that. Like Canada has like the maple leaf. Like the U.S. has the stars and stripes, and they have that. This is for sure not an ice ring. For sure not. It's totally a continent. Like, come on.
Is also a natural law.
The
Water
only
finds
flag.
its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam. but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner van Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone?
I'm so on into this. I just wanted to say, like, I'm looking out my office windows, and you can't see this, but like I'm looking at, like, I don't know if you crows and friggin' ravens, whatever. I'm gonna call them crows. There are like 50 friggin' crows that since I started this friggin' video that have literally been like in these friggin' trees, and I don't even know why. Like, there's never been this fucking many crows before, but there's like at least 50, and that's really underselling this, and now there's even more that just fucking came, and they all like seem to be looking in, and I don't know what the fuck that is. Like, are some of them drones? I don't know. Are some of them not? I tried to count, like there's at least 70, I'm gonna say, and it's all like they're in these fucking trees, like and not there, they're fucking there. And so are they looking in? Are they listening?
That you can't go to space because there's a firmament there. Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s. And in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage.
Check out Crow 777. Also a really good channel on social media with good content.
Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you. Okay, so do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The model the sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays. Right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always...
he's on a roll. Jay, if you're Aquarius, so like I'm Capricorn, you're Aquarius, so with our powers combined, if we were Power Rangers, did the ring pump, we'd be Satan. The representation of Satan, because Saturn rules over us both. I'm the goat representation, you're the human representation. So that's cool. Must be nice.
Which finds its level to have pressure. I
don't want to kill anyone though. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sacrifice animals or babies or any of that shit. I'll plant stuff though when it starts to get a little bit better out.
Have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical plane that isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it's used as a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up. Maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman is pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a guy a question that some earth might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunked the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geostationary civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and sort of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees. The circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie. It's a Luciferian lie. And if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things or you're not allowed there. Okay, so that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the Earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to
I don't necessarily know if like people are lying as much as there are absolutely people that are lying. Like he's bang on. Like this video is incredible. November, thank you so much for sharing this. I just don't necessarily know if people are willingly lying about things, because even with like the 666, like if you like 90 degrees, you know, from the equatorial points, like the North and South Pole, again on a circular plane, not a sphere or a globe or anything. Anyway, circular plane, you take the 90 degrees minus 23.4, and that's like the 66 point. So you've got that in there as well. That's the 666, and then you've got the like the triangular numbers. You've got the 2701, but with the pentagram, where like when you take the bases of 6 times 6 times 6, the 216, that does make up the Star of David or the Solomon seal. Anyways, I can go on all these friggin' tangents, but there's also that 666 correlation with that. And so like, are these people unknowingly deceiving us, or do they legitimately think these numbers are divine? This is possibly like a mathematically coded cosmos, how we interpret it or understand it, just like coding of a video game. There's digital and cellular coding, and are they just, again, like it's the same thing with the luminaries with Satan, like and the Saturn connection and stuff like that? Are they just misinterpreting mythology?
brainwashed them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land? It's a finite little sphere and you have to stay here because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Fly Man's watching. His panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gallon. All right. I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So
No doubt.
Look at our content. Go.
This was great. And it looks like I've already liked it before, like I had said, because it's on the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiacal app or Zodiac app. Zodiac Clock app. So it's Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. This was posted almost 3 years ago now. We're talking a lot about Flat Earth. Excuse me, now I'm going to bug people, and I'm going to talk about chemtrails, contrails, because I also promised that in my video. And even though I'm 10,000 hours in, I've already walked the dogs, and so it's fine. And I did want to just share a little bit of this. I haven't watched this video either. What the fuck is it called? I'm going to shut so many things down first. Hold on here. Where is it? It's Rumble. Okay. I'm not going to like it yet. I just want to see what it's about.
As it has.
And for those just viewing now or tuning in, I have submitted, and so have other people that I know, access to information requests regarding what is being dispersed in Canada's airspace to various different agencies. And there's been a lot of traction on that in the last few months. And there's a lot more, conveniently enough, there's a lot more people admitting within North America about they're admitting chemtrails and contrails and stuff like that. And it just so conveniently corresponds with the time that people are asking these questions. Hey, access to information requests, we're submitting them. You are public servants. You work for us. What are you dumping in the fucking airspace? Sorry for swearing again. And make it like we want to know the compounds.
Had enough of vaccine misinformation on its site.
And false stories from phony sites to run circles around major news outlets.
Many people don't know the difference between something real and something created to deceive them.
Open your eyes.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Are you still wondering the truth behind those white streaks trailing behind jets in the sky? Are you wondering what is that up there? Or are you one of the people out there that never looks up and pays attention? Or are you just one of those suckers who believes that it's water vapor? Well, thankfully, CNN has written an article on March 12, 2024 to let us know what that is. Now, that's probably likely because CNN, who is a branch or an arm of the government, realizes that there's a lot of stuff out there tweeted and all this stuff. Because remember, when people write this stuff on the internet, the government's monitoring what you're writing. That's the whole point. It's like being inside of your mind. You're uploading stuff, writing stuff, saying stuff that you're thinking. So this gives them an opportunity to see what you're thinking, and they monitor all the data. And they realize a lot of people are noticing these direct energy weapon hits, these hurricanes, this bizarre weather. And then instead of actually believing the narrative they're trying to give you, people are waking up to what chemtrails really are. So I'm going to read this article to you because I'm sure you could use a good laugh. But before I do, I want you to know that I'm going to not be uploading on this channel anymore for a long period of time. That's right, not going to be uploading here. So if you still want my content, please subscribe to Nations Conspire and A Rebel Call. Those two channels I need to build out. The reason that I'm not going to be uploading here is that this channel still is called A Call for an Uprising, and it's going to be removed. If I have content on here, it'll be removed. That's why I have to keep removing the content and only leave it up for a day or two. But I need your help in subbing to those channels. So if you're somebody who's like, hey, I like this guy's channel, I still want to see his content, Make sure you subscribe to those channels now. There will be daily content on them. And if you haven't checked out the website yet at callforanuprising.com, now is the time to do so. There is thousands of videos up over on the website, videos that have been removed off of YouTube, uncensored videos, new videos that I have uploaded over there. You could spend a long period of time going through all those. If you're new to this stuff, if you're somebody who misses some of the old content that I've had, it's over there. But also for the forum, it is worth it to join the website just for the forum. You will learn, you can share. There's so much over there to see that people are sharing with one another. You could also direct message people, talk to people who are like-minded. And of course, there's just unlimited amount of information, which is really the key, the stuff that they suppress over here on YouTube. So check out the website. It's 10 cents a day, $2.99 a month. That gives me unlimited bandwidth over there. It also keeps out the trolls. Because if you haven't noticed, I have some sick people who are pretty obsessed with me, who I know who they are. So, of course, when crap hits the fan, you hear a knock on their door. I mean, what? I don't know. I'm just joking around. But the latest propaganda that was being pushed by the communist globalists here in the United States of America, and of course, that's going on worldwide. And as I was scrolling through the main page on CNN, here on March 12th, 2024, what do my stumbling eyes see but propaganda about chemtrails? That's right, the truth behind those white streaks trailing behind jets in the sky. Now, this isn't the first time, obviously, that the mainstream media has tried to cover and
Okay, I'm going to switch back over again because it seems like I want a positive message from Witsit. I just took my dogs out for briefly. I just had it up.
Myself in research that tried to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things that don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you know, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So that's, you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone is about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ went to get to cash at protonmail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour, I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth, regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
He's great. He seems like such a genuine person. I hope I do meet him someday or talk to him. And if I don't, it is what it is. And I feel grateful that I have been able to stumble upon his work and his content. And so there is that. And so he's already interesting to me. There we go. Back on chemtrails, contrails, whatever you want to call them.
Reflect on chemtrailing, but what it tells you is that they're realizing through, you know, obviously what they do is they watch and monitor what people say online. Remember, you have to think of the internet as if it's a part of your consciousness, because people are uploading and talking about things that they're thinking about or seeing, and they're sharing this stuff. They're seeing more and more people realizing that, the weather seems a little bit off. It's a little bit warmer in some places than it normally is.
Yeah,
we see in the summer, obviously, a lot of the droughts, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously, naturally, the more suspicious people get, they're going to eventually stumble upon chemtrailing, cloud seeding, et cetera, Operation Popeye, all the stuff that obviously I've always covered. More people are becoming suspicious of weather manipulation and weather modification. So the propaganda machine known as CNN and the other.
I just wanted to clarify because before I said 3.14159 squared or times 2, whatever. Like I want to just clarify it's 6.283. There's more numbers after that, but I just wanted to talk about that as well. So even with the 2882 being in sacred gematria circles, April 8th, total eclipse could also be seen as 28 or 82.
The others are going to continue to.
8 times 2 is 16. 6 plus 1 is 7. 7 can also be seen as like what we call like the swastika. When you have like with the North Pole star and the Big Dipper, like during the various equinoxes and solstices, it does like a certain pattern that looks like a swastika in the sky, and it looks like a 7. And so anyone that uses the representation of 7, I also think it's because of that, and that is not possible if we were spinning and rotating and rolling through space and all of these other fucking luminaries doing the same thing and like billions and trillions of light years away or millions of light years, all impossible shit.
Have to put out garbage like this so that they could make sure that the zombies out there stay zombified. Listen to this hilarious article. The truth behind those white streaks trailing behind jets in the sky. We've also
Rorian, I don't want to single you out. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther? It doesn't matter either way. I'm just genuinely curious. And if you are a globe earther, what is the biggest reason why?
Seeing those white streaks trailing behind jets, creating stripes against the blue sky. The lines are called contrails, short for condensation trails, and they appear when water vapor condenses and freezes around the exhaust from an aircraft, according to
actually, no, I think you are a flat earther. Never mind. Sorry. I'm fairly certain you are. It doesn't matter if you were or not. You bring good, valuable content and comments to the page, so it wouldn't matter to me anyway. That's the thing too, like even with political parties, like I know people personally that vote differently and they don't identify with their political parties. Like they just so happen to vote every once in a while in their opinion. And like during voting time, they're like, okay, so like, let me look at the platforms, let me look at the leader. And then they vote based on that, right? And so like, it's just, they're not people that define their lives based on that. And so again, like there's people in my own family, in my close family that vote completely differently. And we don't hate each other. Like imagine that. We don't argue. We don't like, it is what it is. And the points that they bring up as to why are very valid points. And so I can understand and respect where they're coming from as well. And so I like even with globe earthers, I don't I don't think that we're better than you. I know a lot of flat earthers think they're better than globe earthers. It's funny. But anyway, it's just funny, but they need to have stronger arguments and they don't, and they never will. And unfortunately, because the earth is not a globe.
The University Corporation for Atmospheric Research. I love how it's called University Corporation. At least that's what science tells us. In recent, is that what science tells us? Or is that what the propaganda machine tells us? Because water vapor.
Did the contrails, like there's so there's a difference between contrails and chemtrails. And so contrails we can see at the lower levels. It's the chemtrails that are being dispersed at the higher levels that you're talking about, November. And so, and so people don't understand that. They see like what they're looking at in the sky that we're seeing like visually. They're mistaking that. Well, I mean, there's an argument for those possibly being chemtrails as well, because what do you define a chemtrail, right? Like is silver iodide, is aluminum oxide? Are they? Do you consider that those chemical compounds? Do you consider that, because even water can be considered a chemical compound, and so. And these are things that are irritants. They cause neurological disorders, respiratory issues, and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm just there are chemicals, there are toxins that are being dispersed at the higher levels. I'm not disputing that. That's a fact. You are completely right. And there's also weather modification, geoengineering using HARP and CERN and EMFs and sonar, like frequencies like throughout the atmos, whatever you want to friggin' call it, that are also causing these particles, or whatever you want to call it, to be dispersed over longer distances so that there's more impact, more coverage. And it's just very interesting stuff.
does not cause a blue sky day to turn into a gray sky all day. Okay. And why are all these?
I understand where Mark's coming from. I will date. I will do nothing but flirts moving forward. Glurfs are inferior. That's so funny. Yeah, I wouldn't date. And so like I'm not judging, but I would not date a globe earther because I know it would just like because it's just too much of a fucking different of our perception of reality, if that makes any sense. Like it's just too beyond. It's just too different, and it would be an absolute issue for me because like it would just be exhausting to try to explain things that someone's going to refuse to. And there's been so many relationships that have failed because of this as well, like especially in the last couple of years when people have woken up, divorces and everything because of this. And so like I wouldn't either.
These planes flying around just dropping water vapor all of a sudden because the skies didn't look like this in the 80s and 90s, and there was a lot of aircraft, right? But they want to tell you that it's contrails. So at least that's what science says, according to CNN. In recent years, a growing number of people believe that these contrails are actually chemtrails, a well-established conspiracy theory asserting that these trails aren't made from condensation at all, but are instead chemicals being sprayed by the government. Though the theory may sound far-fetched to some, chemtrails have become a
chemtrails, contrails, and I've shared the proof. Like even in Red Deer, Alberta, they have openly, not willingly. They did not willingly. They openly admitted that they do the contrail dispersals. They do the geoengineering stuff too, weather modification, using aluminum oxide and silver iodide. And they only this was just in the last few days. And again, this is what I'm saying. It's convenient. And these are insurance companies that hired nonprofit organizations to do this. And so is that considered to be government? They're government funded. We're paying for our airspace to be poisoned. And then also, I just swore again. And so like these access to information requests that I put through, I'm getting also about like interference with what we're calling satellites in space, but it's in airspace. So satellites that are disrupting other like that are being struck down, like even in Russia. So like anyway. So in Russia, in their airspace, they shot down a satellite in space, and so what they're calling space is actually airspace. So within this contained environment, within this cosmos, whatever you want to call it. So this is just so that I'm telling him, because he's a globe earther too. I'm like, okay, so you realize that the satellite that then the strike that Russia did in 2017, whatever it was, blah blah blah. I'm like, you realize that like that's our airspace there, and he's like, yeah. And so I think at some point in the next year, I think he's going to be a flat earther. I think that like I'm planting seeds.
Common conspiracy both in the US and around the world, despite evidence to the contrary. So I was actually thinking about this today, which is funny. This morning,
how do we get around?
I saw a chemtrail fly right above early in the morning, way before.
Because even with these access to information requests, like when we were asking specifically about the Canadian Armed Forces, and if the Air Force knew, if the Canadian Armed Forces, we asked if they know about what's going on and like and what chemicals they're dispersing and all this stuff, and they're saying the Canadian Armed Forces does not. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't believe that, but if they don't, that's fine. Who is? And if there are other organizations or institutions, whether they be government subsidized or government funded or not for profit or not, I don't care. Who are they? Why are they doing this fucking stuff in my fucking airspace? And why doesn't the Chief of Defense Staff, why does the Chief of Defense Staff of the Canadian Armed Forces not know what's happening in our own space, in our own airspace? How does he not know this? How does he not know what's going on? Because again, he's fucking clueless. And that's another reason why he should be fired and in jail.
Before I saw this article, I started thinking to myself about chemtrails and about if we actually had scientists, which we've had, who have gotten the chemicals out of those planes, that whether they're taking it off of a truck below or something, that it's shedding onto below.
It specifically said satellite, so it didn't say weather balloon. But I wanted to talk about that because the weather balloon, the alleged weather balloon from China, like this fucking stuff they come up with, like this was a satellite. And there was also other satellites that were attached to balloons that were fucking all over the world that were also being discovered, and they've crash landed in areas that, you know, and it's been discovered. Like, it's just Eddie Bravo, we need to fucking talk. He did, this is what I mean, like, he did episode 100 or episode 101 just the last few days, and I wanted to friggin' get on episode 102. Like, oh my God. And so he probably already did that fucking episode. I would have liked that goddamn episode. It is what it is.
Below, which
maybe get me on 120 then. Get me on 120. Right to him. I'm just kidding.
Essentially could be our own skin because they're shedding it onto us. And I use the word shedding for obvious reasons. But where is the actual evidence of proof other than them telling us that they say so? Now, we don't need this because we've seen it before. If you watch those old C-SPAN clips, many people coming to Congress with concerns about the dangers of chemtrailing. But I love how they say it sounds far-fetched. Who does it sound far-fetched to? What kind of an idiot are we dealing with here when we're talking about people who actually believe CNN, NBC, and CBS and all these mainstream media? Oh, right, we're talking about just a different breed of moron. Because for them to believe without actual evidence is exactly what they're doing here. Because they're saying despite evidence to the contrary. They provide no evidence at all, except telling us this stuff and then putting the word science in the article. Despite telling us that this evidence and these studies are from a university corporation for atmospheric research. So there's your corporation, which just proves to you that this, again, is communism. So what is the chemtrail conspiracy theory? This, according to CNN. The chemtrails idea has been around since 1996 and is largely rooted in an Air Force research paper from the same year. Quote, weather as a force multiplier, owning the weather in 2020.
I don't know about that. I'm going to keep this video going, but like I've shown like the weather patterns, the dispersal patterns that have been implemented and even like the proof that they've like shown and demonstrate that they can create rain and stuff like that, even in the early 1900s. Patents as early as the 1800s. So not the 1960s, 70s, or 80s at all, like 100 years before that. And that's just during this cycle of life that we know about. There's been like more advanced civilizations, societies. This could have happened 1,000 years ago and we just don't know about it.
5, end quote. It outlines a future weather modification system to achieve military objectives using aerospace forces, and does not reflect current military policy, practice, or capability, the Environmental Protection Agency has stated. So, yeah, I'm sure somebody just randomly, put this out there. Now, we don't even need a research document from the Air Force to tell us about this because we can use this thing called our own eyes. We could also see all these differences in our society as far as illnesses, spikes in cancer, people not being able to have babies. What else can we see here? We could also maybe look at the effects of barium and aluminum on the human skin or in the air or the air quality. We could also look at the temperature changes because we know that they're geoengineering and cloud seeding to also be able to manipulate the weather. We can go back to Operation Popeye, all these other things. But they just want to tell you that there's a research paper out there and it states the year 2025. So they want to make sure you don't get suspicious since we're coming up on 2025 and our government is telling us that we need to give up our rights and have a carbon tax. Yeah. Anyone out there that's reading this and is not waking up? What?
Canada has a carbon tax, not Americans. And they're looking at increasing it by Justin Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau's son is looking at increasing it on April Fool's Day by 23%. The 2 divided by 3.66. Anyway, all that shit, like, fuck this guy. Jail, please. Peaceful. Polite. Throw him in fucking jail. 10,000 fucking years.
What more is it really going to take? I mean, they're so nervous that they put these articles out there. Not because it's clickbait. They have to spin actual truth with their that's how the propaganda machine works. That's why we just saw an article 2 weeks ago that I put up here on the website about the Georgia Guidestones. That's why whenever we talk, how about John Cena? They just came out with a story. If you saw my video on John Cena and the Oscars, the humiliation ritual. They just put articles out there calling it a humiliation ritual, saying it's a conspiracy theory.
And they got blasted like 3:30 in the morning or 3:33 in the morning or whatever it was. Like the 33 was in that.
I mean, wouldn't you just live and let live? You wouldn't even bring attention to this stuff, but they have to bring attention to it because they know that people are waking up to what's going on, so they need to put a defense wall in between that so that these stories pop up before any stories about truth about what chemtrails really are and how the climate scam is based on chemtrailing, cloud seeding, and weather modification / manipulation. So they say at its most basic, the chemtrail conspiracy theory says that contrails are not created by water vapor at all, but instead are a sign that the government, the wealthy, or some mix of the two is secretly putting toxic chemicals into the air, creating these white lines. Ideas about the purpose of these supposed toxic chemtrails vary. Some believe the chemicals are being used to poison humanity.
Sorry, I just got back on Rumble and I missed a lot of comments, but even with the swastika, yeah, like it used to represent so much more than what it's been perverted to look like now. Even with 69, that's been perverted as well. Like that's a representation of duality, the masculine and the feminine connection, yin and yang, and electricity, magnetism, positive, negative. And it's also been perverted. So there's been things that have been unfortunately perverted and or looked at now as symbols of hatred. And the swastika, and there's still in Hindu religions and other areas of the world, it's still a symbol of love, power, and again, it's literally just based off of the astrotheosophy with Polaris and the Dipper. And anyway,
others say it's for mind control, and some think it's a way for the government to control the weather. There's no single official version of the theory. According to Saija Zhao, a PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley, who conducted a 2021 study exploring the chemtrail conspiracy theory and interviewing 20 believers and former believers. Instead, individuals pick and choose aspects that resonate with them, mixing in person.
So with that, I love that. Yeah. So I've showed this in previous videos, so I don't want to be too redundant, but I will say that where CERN operates, where HARP operates, and where these are being dispersed, it's causing there to be they're making it where the sun's rays are reflecting in a way that's creating more heat in these areas. And if you look at the overlays that I've shown, like and the heat temperature variations and stuff like that, the most extreme heat temperature gradients are in the areas where these are being fucked with. Like where there's HARP, where there's CERN, or where there's like areas where they're doing this stuff. And so it is that's why we need to talk about this stuff, right? Like, why are you spraying this stuff? Where are you spraying it? Please fucking stop, you crazy maniacs. Thank you, bye. Just why aren't we, like, what the fuck? Stop doing it, please. Like, come on.
Personal interpretations or selectively adopting parts of the theory. First of all, breaking that whole paragraph down.
And they're causing these extreme heat disasters, and then even with dews and stuff like that, and like they're fucking blaming us. And I still like, my mind is blown on a daily basis with just how fucking crazy reality is. This is why I don't watch TV. This is why I don't have fucking satellite TV or cable or any of that fucking stuff, because I don't need it, because life is enough. It's fucking enough. Like,
Has anybody ever heard of somebody who was a former believer of chemtrails? We've heard of like all these things they tried to do with like, they were so, the mainstream media likes to pull that stuff with the Q nonsense, the CIA Q operation, and say, now so-and-so was sucked into Q. Then they came out and, they're healthier and better. Who has ever met somebody who was like, I used to believe those were chemtrails, but now I'm convinced that they're not? Kind of quite the opposite. This is how full-on propaganda works, of course. The way they word this is specifically done. Some believe the chemicals are being used to poison humanity. Others say it's for mind control. And some think it's a way.
Dutch Sensei, DUTCHSINSE. Really, people like look at like his work. Look at some of my previous videos on chemtrails and contrails. Like, you'll see the maps and the diagrams and the overlays I'm talking about.
For the government to control the weather. Well, it's all the above. But again, when they word it like that, they know that people are automatically going to put up a defense mechanism and go, it's too much for me to process. That's too confusing. What? How would it do that? I don't even care. These people are conspiracy theorists. Meanwhile, if they only realized what was going on, they wouldn't be so miserable in their day-to-day lives, because they realize that the government has been messing with them
or
psychologically now for a good 2 decades.
Or not the government, or people that the government's just not tracking, and that they should be tracking.
Straight. Now, that doesn't mean they weren't doing it beforehand. but every single day for the last 20 years or so, they have been taking this mind control operation of theirs to new extremes. So this goes on to say, how did the chemtrail conspiracy theory take off? The idea that the government spraying humanity with chemicals isn't completely without base. Oh, really? During the Cold War, the British government conducted more than 750 mock chemical warfare attacks on the general public, according to researchers. This subjected hundreds of thousands of people to zinc sulfide, a chemical chosen due to its small size. It's similar to that of germs, and because it glows under ultraviolet light, making it easy to trace, the chemical was thought to be non-toxic at the time.
Zinc oxide glowing under ultraviolet light. So you've got the spectrum of visible and non-visible light, infrared to ultraviolet on the spectrums for the non-visible light, and then you've got the red to the violet for the visible.
Though repeated exposure could be cancer. The U.S. did the same in the 1950s and 60s, using the chemical as a tracer to test the dispersion of biological weapons. Okay, so now they're admitting that they've done this before and they have the ability to do it. And even give you specifics about how it could make somebody, or it could give somebody exposure, which could lead to cancer, right? So they're admitting to it. So what would make a common person out there think that they're not doing it anymore because they've come out and given us their word? Because they've come out and said, oh, well, we did it in the 50s, but we're not doing it now. Does anything that the government's doing on either side show you that they give a crap about any of us? Democrat or Republican, Christian or atheist, anybody, gay or straight, male or female, black or white? No. In fact, it's quite the opposite. They literally are trying to get people to kill themselves with vaccines, which is working. And now they're telling you that, America did do.
Again, this guy's great. Like, it's dramatic. Like, do people want to actually kill us, or is that just an outcome or a result they're willing to accept because they're not considering that in their profit margins and stuff like that with what they're doing? I've had people where I've shown on the record where they've said they're not looking at the social outcomes for things that they're pushing or marketing or advertising, things like that. They don't care about the societal outcomes. They care about profits. And so if that is not a fucking red flag, I don't know what is. And so like, that's what they're telling us. Like, I want to push this because I want to fucking make money. Money is my God. Money is my savior. Money is what I want. Money is my cult. And I don't care who dies. Unfortunately, like, it's not that I like that you're dying. Maybe I don't like it, but I like money more. And I like my lifestyle more than I dislike you dying, if that makes any sense. And I'm talking about if I was a psychopath, that's how I would think, but I'm not a psychopath. So I'm trying to call this out.
Some of this testing in the 50s and 60s. So now your brain should automatically be going, oh, wait a minute. So these people were saying that you're chemtrail. You've done it before. So why would we act? So how are we supposed to know you're not doing it now? Because you give us your word. These are the same people, right? They give you your word. They tell you they don't clone, even though they have the technology to do it. All right. They tell you they don't do MK Ultra anymore on civilians, even though they've done it before. So they do all these experiments. What was the point of doing it? Oh, for biological warfare with other countries, right? And everybody went along with it. Like, oh, okay, our government's doing this stuff just in case we go to war with Russia, right? How much longer do you need to hear that narrative to realize that they were doing the experimentation so that the globalists could go to war with their civilians? And that's what they're doing right now. And it's live right now. Okay. They weren't experimenting with this because it's the same thing with the nuke. It's like, oh, they've got a nuke. Right. And they keep you in fear of the nuke. Yep. Why wouldn't somebody have used a nuke by now? Why would Russia not use a nuke on Ukraine? What? Because they're trying to be nice and not use a nuke?
He's talking about nukes, and everyone's saying, but what about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? What about Japan? What about all of that? Like, what about all this stuff and like the end of World War fucking II because of America dropped these fucking bombs like Big Ben and like, anyways, but fucking false news, guys, bro, possibly, allegedly. And these could have been just like a lot of fucking TNT or like higher levels of explosives that were used, not just in ports and harbor areas, but also carpet bombings happening throughout as well during these periods of time. And Japan did not want to surrender at that time. They're like during that time, they didn't have any meetings. They didn't rush to fucking like whatever. It was literally when Russia sent a letter to Japan during that fucking time, when they received it, within hours of that, they like the leadership like got everyone together, and then they said that they were going to stop. It had nothing to do with what they're alleged to be atomic bombs, and had everything to do with Russia, believe it or not. And again, like, whatever you think about them now, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm just telling you facts. Okay. And by the way, in World War II, they were on our fucking side too. Mind blown. Anyway, again, hit or miss, because like depends on like, because the Bolsheviks, no. The leadership, no. There are people that are puppets that fill roles within government that are pushing these wars and these military, pharmaceutical, industrial complex false flags in order to get us involved in, again, distractions that profit them. And so, where was I going with this stuff? With nukes, I don't really buy the fear around it either necessarily. And even when I've looked at nuclear readiness doctrine and PAMs, by the way, that I've given for the last several years to all levels of fucking government, saying you need to look at this stuff. Like when I was looking at this and making my assessments, I was noticing that, and I've shared this in previous videos, that when you look at the damage and the explosive capabilities, they're comparing it with TNT always. So why are they doing that? Why are they always comparing the nuclear capabilities and the impact and the destruction and the blast zones and stuff like that, and then all of that? Why are they comparing it with TNT? Just interesting, right? So like, just ask these questions. Why? And then there's also even subsequent radiation fallout. These are very real. The EMP, the EMF damage and stuff like that, destruction like from the blast and stuff like that, are felt for long distances. And that's what they also could possibly be linked with these false Carrington events that cause outages and stuff like that as well. It could possibly be because of these events. November, I'm not sharing that. That's funny though.
You're at war with another country. Wouldn't you wipe them out as quickly as possible without having to kill off your military or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, nobody's thinking. And this is part of what the chemtrailing has done. In addition to the fluoridization of the water, the chemtrailing is making people in a fog, a haze. They're walking around like in the London.
That's what I love about like doing these videos. That's why I spend more time on videos than I should. Is because like in my reality, like in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, I don't. If I said this, they'd be like, you're fucking crazy. I would be blocked. I'd be ghosted. People would want to destroy my life. But I'm saying that like nukes may possibly, like, maybe we need to look at nukes. And then I'm having multiple people on this chat saying like nukes aren't real, like nukes are BS, all of this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking think so too. And I've done a lot of research into it. And there's like a lot of books I have on it. And like, there's a lot of stuff throughout history that I've looked at to make my assessments as to like, you know, what major events, you know, happen because of why. Anyway, all this stuff. And it's just really refreshing.
In fog. They're literally not sure what's going on. They're hearing stuff and they're going, wait a minute, is there truth to that? And they're getting run over by real misinformation like this, where they're actually telling you in the article, hey, the government's experimented before with chemtrailing. So now they're telling you they've done it, which is illegal. These are illegal activities that the government is doing on citizens. And still these idiots think that these people who are killing you with a smile actually give a crap about you. And they show us day in and day out. Not only do they not care about us, they want to make sure that they curb stomp us and take our rights away at the same time. Goodness gracious. So this goes on to say, though these tests were done decades ago, the theory has flourished so much so that in 2016, the EPA published a 14-page document explaining contrails, outlining the chemicals used by the Air Force, and attempting to dispute the conspiracy. In 2021, a Facebook post went viral claiming that Joe Biden manipulated the weather.
Yeah, insane. Sorry, I was just gonna get a snack here. Absolutely wild. Even with COVID and the mandates and the pandemic and everything, and the wars, it's to keep us in fear. And even then, like with this nuke fear, they had fucking kids like doing these like nuke preparedness protocols. And all these crazy things, like as a fucking child, how traumatic is that in the 60s, 70s, and 80s and stuff like that? Crazy stuff of like, and children. I've done courses on childhood development, psychology, and childhood development in general. as part of like science courses and stuff like that I've done. And very malleable period of time. Like if you look at Piaget's models of childhood cognitive development, and especially like the ages of 5 to 7, when like the neurons are developing like at a higher rate than any other period of your life. Like this is the time where you're more influential, more influenceable and malleable, and we're learning about the environment and stuff like that. And so when you're throwing this at them at that period of time, it's bingo. It's trauma mind control. And they're looking at you, like the government and the education systems. They're the ones that are putting in place these protocols and these like courses of action in place to like help you and save you, right? Like your parents aren't saving you, we're saving you, all this stuff. And so they're putting more reliance on the government to give you safety. And the more you give safety away, the more you accept safety, or the more you rely on like the safety of institutions, the more you're giving away your freedom. So you're giving away freedom for safety, if that makes any sense. I've been smoking pot, though. I'm not going to lie.
Through chemtrails and cause Texas's week-long deep freeze that February, with hundreds of people engaging with the message. Well, hopefully by now, and really, let's be real, thankfully and not so thankfully, not thankfully, because of course, what's happened to people in Maui is absolutely horrific and tragic, and it can happen to any one of us at any second. But there's no positives. I shouldn't say that. But one of the things that came out of Maui is that people started to realize that that climate change wasn't real, because they didn't buy that narrative. And they started realizing that the government had gone rogue, and that weather manipulation was real, because the deeper they went into research with direct energy weapons, they started realizing about DARPA. They started realizing about HARP. And the next thing you know, they start going, okay, the government has turned on the civilians. Right? Yep. So we can look at some of these weather events. We can look at those fires in California a couple of years ago. We look at the Maui fires. We look at the one that just happened in Texas. And people are waking up. And they're seeing the stuff with the tornadoes in middle America, and them trying to go, oh, it's climate change. Then they're going, wait a minute. Oh, I saw that guy call for an uprising. Didn't he have a video and lots of videos about weather modification, weather manipulation like 5-10 years ago? Now it's starting to ring a bell, because now people are starting to see that the government is weaponizing the weather, right? So they're coming out with stuff like this, and they're going, oh, a Facebook post went viral, right? Yeah, and that's exactly why the government has put their foot down on social media, because they realize that their propaganda machine is having a tough time fighting truth that's coming out of the mouths of people like you and me. That their propaganda machine, people trained at Tavistock, are doing such a poor job that people like me and you are actually waking people up to what's going on. When they probably initially thought that their trained operatives in the news media were going to be all that it took. They were like, oh, they're trained, they'll be able to manipulate people and all this stuff. But people like us are breaking them from the spell, not by needing to use manipulation, by using flat out truth, which is what they fear the most. So this goes on to say on X, thousands of people follow accounts dedicated to tracking and posting proof of chemtrails. One 2017 study, which had a nationally representative sample of 1,000 people, found that 10% of Americans believe the conspiracy completely, while upwards of 30% of Americans at least found it somewhat true. That's 40% of people, right? You take the 10% who believe it and 30% of people who are indifferent about it, which shows you they only have the minds of 60%. Now, do I actually believe their stuff?
For those that I finished my snack now. I don't like to be rude and eat while I'm on camera, but sometimes it happens. Anyway, blue, like for lasers, for direct energy weapons dues, blue doesn't seem to be impacted, and the other colors do. And I've shared videos too of like the color spectrum or the patterns where you put a laser over them, and blue is the only color that's not impacted for the visible light for the visible light spectrum. And so that's why like I have like blue curtains in here, and so if anything happens, I'm just gonna freaking like rip them down and like just like freaking open them up and be like, fuck out, or get blue tarps, blue roofs, all that stuff, and you may be safe. Who knows?
Study? No, not really. I would say.
And Joe Biden, he's responsible. He's a piece of puppet. He doesn't control anything, and they're showing like video footage of him on a hot mic, whatever they want to call it, talking about roofs, and they didn't have the right roof, and we got to fix that and all this stuff. Again, this is just to play up on these conspiracy theories and stuff like that, or these conspiracies. but it's to like make us talk, keep us distracted, divided, all that stuff. And this is just more proving that he's getting entertainment out of this. Right? Like it's just talking about ice cream and fucking pizza and all that stuff. Like, I know what you mean, Joe. I know what you mean, Pedo Pete. When you're talking about the fucking ice cream and the fucking pizza that you want like to fucking have. I know what you mean, gross fucking loser. Jail. Jail.
That it's actually probably less than that, because the most of the people I talk to, they never look up. And once they look up and you start bringing it to their attention, it's a lot for them to handle. It's the same as the human sacrifice and satanic ritual abuse. It's a lot for them to process, which is why I always reference peeling an onion. You got to pull them out of this in layers. So you can't just start by saying, hey, they rape babies and drink the blood of children, because their brains can't process it. They're like, whoa. Not only do they think you're crazy, they can't physically process it. So with chemtrails.
And you know what pisses me off about that? Like, Jacob Chainsley or whatever his name was, the Freedom Shaman or whatever his name was, he was fucking jailed and arrested, and he was baited. He was suckered into being a fucking pawn for this. They wanted to push a riot, incite violence, all of this stuff. Like people again within government, like out of their fucking minds to do that. And he was peaceful. And he was even escorted throughout Capitol by law enforcement, and even thanked them and prayed like at the center of like at the floor of the Capitol, and thanked the law enforcement and stuff like that. And then he was fucking jailed and arrested. I'm saying this because fast forward in the last few months, whatever it was, we have members of government and members of the Senate who fucked people in the ass. And yes, I'm being very explicit. Like I'm on age restriction here, like YouTube, it's 18 over. It's a default setting I have, like no fucking kids allowed. And so people are allowed to desecrate Senate and fuck people in the ass and show a pornographic fucking video of the Capitol within the Capitol. And it was fine. That was okay. No one got arrested for that. I would have preferred that get you arrested than a peaceful fucking protest and getting escorted through a Capitol building and stuff like that. And so this is what I mean, like the nerve. And then even a trans person showing his breasts, Washington, D.C. at the fucking Capitol. Again, like what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? Like, are you so perverted in your own? I don't understand it. And that's totally fine. Totally fine.
It takes time. First, they need to notice the trails. That's where it starts. They need to just notice it.
Gross.
And then you try to get these people to notice it every day, to look up all the time, and then count how many days they see a blue sky versus not. Then their brain will start to go a little bit. Then you could take them from there and start giving them the deep dives with all of the stuff that I've covered and shown you guys in videos before, of, you know, even Disney releasing videos on weather modification, Operation Popeye. You go into HARP, you can go into some of the stuff in Congress where they've talked about chemtrailing, et cetera, et cetera. So this goes on to say social media's algorithmic structure means people see information that reinforces their existing beliefs. Ex-believers interviewed attributed their ongoing belief in part to the sheer amount of pro-conspiracy information on their social media feeds. And again, that's just their way of trying to brainwash people into thinking that the people who are waking up to this are really the ones brainwashed. Very obvious mind control tactic, right? But the reality of the matter is that they're having a tough time suppressing this the way that they want to, because they're so cocky. Their actors suck. Their newscasters are atrocious, and that's why you see them get rotated a lot. These guys like Brian Stelter, they get rotated out because once they become laughing stocks and they lose their credibility, which they don't do on purpose, it happens organically. They have to replace them with new propagandists to put in there, right? So we saw Don Lemon. They all keep getting Cuomo. They move them out and they put new ones in because they need to establish these people as, trusted people. Oh, they're just news. Oh, there's somebody I could go to for information. These people become laughing stocks. It makes their machine not churn as well as it has in the past. So they are very fearful of this. And they go, oh, the social media, don't listen to social media. It's just reinforcing fake news. They're the fake news, obviously. And people don't realize all the problems. Like I try to point out simple things to everybody who listens, okay? People not being able to have babies. Everybody knows somebody who's doing something, the IVF type of thing, right? Everybody knows somebody. Yep. Nobody should know anybody that's doing IVF because it shouldn't be occurring because people should be naturally able to get pregnant pretty easily. Families used to be like 5 kids. Now if somebody has 2 kids, it's like, whoa, they got 2 kids? And it's not because they're not trying to have kids. It's because people can't get pregnant anymore. Okay, everyone's sterile from the chemtrails. How about cancer rates? How about dementia?
There's other factors as well that are causing people to be infertile and stuff like that. But like even with that, like for people like me, for example, I've been in serial monogamous relationships and I've never cheated. I've like any of that stuff. And but I have been cheated on all that stuff by people and we're not the greatest human beings. And again, also my fault for selecting, as such, but like you would perceive them as good people if you looked at their resume, if that makes any sense. And so people that are not willing to settle down or commit to women more and more now, because there's no, again, because of the psyops and so many other reasons, but with porn, with OnlyFans, with Tinder and these other dating sites, and with so many other reasons, like men are just not seeing any value in settling down with one woman and having a family and children or all that other stuff, and being the one that provides and protects, and having the woman have that traditional role where she stays at home with the children and cooks and cleans and does that as well, and then also possibly contributes within the community in various other ways as well, whether she contributes with baking or arts and crafts or in the education system or you friggin' name it. But while he does those roles, that's not appealing to anyone anymore. And I have looked for someone like that and I have not found it yet, unfortunately.
Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, these are all effects of aluminum barium being dumped on humans. So people started going, hey, and autism as well. Then we look at the vaccines too. Instead, people just think that this is with the advancements in technology. Why are so many people sick? Why are so many people at young ages getting sick? Nobody asks that. They're too distracted with nonsense. And they do that by design to keep you distracted and then pump in propaganda like this, which again, this is the real fake news. There is 0%. That's what's funny about it. It's not just like pick and choose on CNN what's real and what's not. Nothing in the news is real. Nothing. You might get real stories in the local affiliate news about a murder, about a domestic murder or something like that they'll use and they'll push out, which also seed plants people into the same idea, thinking the same ways, which is, again, why you see all these true crimes. You hear a story about a husband and wife, and they're like, oh, yeah, he dismembered his wife. 10 years ago, people have been like, holy crap, this guy dismembered. Now it's like, oh, yeah, they dismembered their wife to get rid of the evidence. And everyone, what do you think the guy got the ideas to dismember his wife? He woke up with the idea. They plant seeds in your head. They push this type of stuff. So those stories, there might be true ones out there. But the overall, if you go to CNN, everything on there is there to manipulate you and give you a false perception of reality, this included. So the final part of the story goes, are chemtrails real? Here's what experts say. Scientists have said there's no evidence for the existence of chemtrails. Even if there was a government conspiracy at work in aircraft contrails, such a large-scale program would be difficult to cover up, given the amount of people who would be necessary for operation. Wrong. These people in government go through secret societies. That's how they get government jobs. They're sworn to secrecy, period. And no one talks about that except me and a few others. I'm not saying about the only one, but let's say we're talking about big channels out there. Nobody talks about it. Okay. This is very important so people understand how.
You know what else is important? Okay. So like, let's say you're a kid or an adult and someone's like, hey, I'm going to do something, insert criminal act here. Are you just going to fucking sit with that? Or are you going to fucking alert and advise other people, right? So if you saw on social media, for example, someone posting about like wanting to shoot up a school, or someone was talking about it like to you, like, would you not want to fucking further investigate that, report that, make sure that doesn't fucking happen? right? So like even with that, like I have top secret government clearance. I have for many years. I was in the special forces. I'm one of the select few people, rare people that was asked to apply, and I did the application and stuff like that. I went through the official interview process in order to get accepted. But in any case, like it's, I don't even know where I was going with that stuff, to be honest with you. But yeah, like don't follow unlawful orders, I guess would be like my point to that. Like it doesn't matter what position you have, what clearance you have, any of that stuff, or like who's fucking telling you, even if it's your mother, your father, if they're telling you to commit a crime or to willfully refuse to report a crime, a possible crime that can be committed, you're still a fucking criminal. Like your cult or your group is lame. Your secret society is lame if that's the fucking stuff you're hiding. Like, bro, come on.
How this conspiracy works, because they go, right, how would everybody be in on it? They're all put in those positions. They have to go through secret societies. And then they go, well, why?
You know, friggin' like even these questions are like, these are good questions. I think it would be more of like for me, for example, I sharing a partner, I would just not be, and it might be selfish or whatever. Like I wouldn't be comfortable doing that. And even throughout like different species, there are species of animals that do practice monogamy and some that do practice polyamorous relationships. It is what it is. And homosexual tendencies as well. Like, you know, in some species as well, like not the majority, obviously, or else the species wouldn't survive. But there are some species where they show like also like homosexual tendencies. And so I don't know. I just feel like even with that, I've been celibate for the last few years, and it's because like I also believe that like people should date and have sex to procreate, and well, not just to procreate, but like in committed relationships where the end goal is to be together and try to like have a family and stuff like that. And that's just one of the benefits of being in a monogamous relationship is that aspect of it as well, and to further advance the civilization, it's necessary as well. There's a lot of other things that can be done within a relationship other than that. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. Like if it would depend on so many different factors, but I think even with birds, like when sorry, not even just that, like there are species where they get upset as well, like when their partners do things with other with others of their, with other, whatever you want to call it, like other species, like not other species. So like even with birds, for example, like males and females, like you can look this up yourself. Like apparently they get upset and jealous, and there's a lot of arguments and stuff like that. If like a woman or a man were like partners or together, and like one of them goes with another friggin' bird, like this is something that apparently like within the friggin' bird species is also something that upsets them. And there's also other species as well that when partners go with other mates, that they are upset. And so I'm not friggin' making this up. You gotta look into it. It's friggin' weird stuff. But like this is where as well, like resisting temptation, practicing a more moderate traditional lifestyle. There are sacrifices if you want to commit to to someone. There are absolutely sacrifices. I'm not saying they're not, but like there's also people, like there's also like a pandemic of people that are depressed and lonely and isolated, and we have to look at that, you know, and it's during a time where there's a lot of people having a lot of sex, a lot of more open relationships, a lot more sexual exploration and perversion and all that other stuff that's being practiced, but a lot of people are not sexually fulfilled. And so I look at my people that I know that have been in long-term relationships, who have been monogamous in these long-term relationships, and they seem to have better sex lives. And I know this is, you know, I don't want to hear this from my sister, you know what I mean? But I'm happy for her, but I don't want to hear about my sister's sex life. But anyway, that's just one example. Like she's been with the same person for like over 20 something years, and they have multiple children together. and he's a hard worker, contractor type guy, and they have like a a home and animals like horses and chickens and dogs and so many other things. But yeah, like one partner, and then even with my brother, with the person he's with, they've been together since a very young age, and she's never had another sexual partner, and they have 4 kids together, and they love each other, and they're happy and stuff like that, and they're practicing a monogamous lifestyle. And of course, like I'm sure, like, I mean, anyways, we won't get into it, but like, I'm sure she would be curious about exploring things with other men, but I'm sure she wouldn't want to give it up for and give up her kids and give up her husband and give up her home and the life that they've built and stuff like that because of a short-term sexual gratification, right? Because even an orgasm, like it's not that long, sex is not that long, like at the most like a few hours, I guess, and so is that worth it for a possible like destruction of a good relationship? I would say no, but that's just me. I do know people that are swingers. I do know people who practice like polyamory, and I do know people that are part of cults and naked cults, like off the coast of fucking BC and Seattle, Washington, that are part of it, like where there's like hundreds of people that live in this community, and all they do is fuck each other. I'm not even kidding. And there's like nudists and stuff like that on this freaking like island area. And someone from Naked and Afraid who's also part of this. This is who I'm talking about, like how I know this, and not committed, will never settle down, and all they do is just have massive orgies all the time, and they're happy. So again, I'm not judging any other lifestyles. Anyway,
why wouldn't they break away from the secret society then? We don't hear any stories about anyone who breaks away. You know why? Because when you hit a certain degree in these secret societies, which you have to hit before you get into a government.
I mean, like maybe a few seconds, maybe a few minutes.
Position, you do a ritual where they will blackmail you. They film it. You doing something disgusting. A lot of times it'll be a guy having sex with a man. He never wants that to get out, or something with a child. Thus, the person is never going to break the oath because they'll hold it over their head. And they'll say, oh, if you come out publicly, we will release this and you'll be arrested and go to jail for the rest of your life, or you'll be killed by one of us. You could pick. And that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. So it is very possible. They just want you to think that those things don't exist, which is why the alt-right media not once has ever covered secret societies. They've never gone into detail about Freemasonry. They've never gone into detail about DeMolay, Job's Daughters, Rainbow Girls. That stuff is all here on the website, by the way. If you're new, you can go to the search box and look up the secret societies for children. That's how they get the children involved in a lot of these false flag psyop school shootings. Okay. They're recruited and groomed at a young age. So it goes on to say around the world, scientists have conducted investigations.
And there's also, look at the prescriptions that are being provided to these people that are doing these acts. These SSRIs, these other medications that are being used that are also causing imbalances, hormonal imbalances, developmental imbalances. And these are also causing people to be more unpredictable at best.
Investigations debunking the chemtrail theory, they've never debunked it once, describing the existence of contrails and their variants at length. Even Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who leaked classified information from the National Security Agency, has stated that chemtrails are not a thing. Well, of course, because you only know of Edward Snowden because Edward Snowden is another one of these government officials. Okay? Yeah. The WikiLeaks guy, they even have Illuminati cards of these guys. Oh, they're in jail somewhere. Oh, what do they know? They must know a lot. Oh, Trump is getting attacked by the...
And I know you probably will not like me on that, but I think Assange as well, and Tate. I think Tucker, whether he knows it or not, is a CIA informant.
He must really be against them. They must be really afraid of him. That's called psychological operations. That's called hurting the masses. Edward Snowden would be 17 feet under, not 6 feet. He'd be 666 feet under. Okay? Edward Snowden. Oh, I wonder what his purpose could be. He's this big whistleblower, but he's telling you that chemtrails, which is one of the biggest issues that we're having as a human race right now.
I have so much respect for the guys that and the girls, but like the guys that do the hard friggin' work that's needed to be done in order for society to survive. And that's why I have videos as well where I've talked about, I don't know if you're a guy or a girl, but where we don't give enough credit to men, and especially like in like the jobs where they're doing the drilling, they're in the oil fields, the like waste management, the first responder types, the fucking warrior, like the warriors, like going to war and stuff like that. So many different freaking jobs like that, like women are not set up or designed to fucking do, and men are stepping up and doing it all the time. It's fucking hard work. And we have like numpties like Bill Gates and fucking Fauci and stuff like that, these weird freaks that are being propped up as heroes in society, and they are literally the opposite of that. And they get so much more money than they fucking deserve. And the guys that are doing the like the repairs on all the lines too and stuff like that, like they get paid like shit still, which is unfortunate. Like they should be getting paid a lot more money. Teachers too, and people at desk jobs, which no offense, should be getting paid fucking less. You should be getting paid a lot less if you're at a desk job than you if you're in waste management, or if you're an electrician or a fucking plumber. Are you fucking kidding me? Or if you're like repairing the roads, like, yeah, I don't give a shit about your carbon tax scam salaries and the people that are working on this bullshit. Like I would rather that person fix the roads.
Is not a thing. So everyone's supposed.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna. We're so knows, and it's not a thing. So it's make believe. So I'm not gonna wonder why I'm depressed, why I have anxiety, why I'm sick, why my wife has cancer, why we can't have kids, why I have dementia at 80. Excuse me, at 40, not 80. Just in general, why people are getting Parkinson's all over the place. Give me a break. I love how they put Edward Snowden in there. Funny. Goes on.
I shouldn't say this, but like Hydro One, there's these two guys that came out. Like this was on Remembrance Day. I had a fucking rough time just this past fucking Remembrance Day, and my power was out overnight and stuff like that. And again, it's November 11th, so it's winter in Canada, and the guys came, and they're not supposed to enter the house, and these guys were so friggin' nice, and they actually did. I'm not gonna ever say their name. I don't give a shit. And I've done conduct after capture, so I've been tortured even for training. So I'm not gonna ever fucking say who they are. Go fuck yourself. Anyway, but like they came in the house and they fixed the friggin' breakers and stuff like that, and then they went outside, and then just like the side plug thing, they completed, like they fixed the wiring, and they updated it and stuff like that. And like, oh my god, if I if I had cash or if I had like booze, I would have fucking gave it to them and stuff like that. So nice. And so like again, like people like that are not propped up enough. And then we've got these dipshits like Justin Trudeau and Stephen Guilbeault that are in the friggin' media about bullshit, and they're so annoying, and they're not fucking real men.
Say still believers are not convinced. Belief in the theory has become so strong that meteorologists around the world have reported an uptick in harassment and threats, usually after extreme weather, particularly from conspiracy theorists accusing them of hiding information. I also did a video on that, which was one of the funnier things I'd ever seen, where they were saying that meteorologists were resigning from news stations because they felt and were getting threats from people like me and you. Like I'm sitting here, let's just say me, for example, right? Because this whole stereotype they use for conspiracy theorists is supposed to be about people like me and you, right? So you think that I'm, when I hear that there's going to be, a hurricane, and we all know, we can look and say, okay, well, this is clearly manipulated weather. They're targeting a specific spot. Let's just look at Texas. Yeah, I'm spending my time calling the local weather station, trying to get the meteorologist on the phone so I could tell him to go F himself and that I'm going to kill him. I mean, this stuff they make up is incredible. It truly is. What's even more incredible is the fact that people believe it. Last paragraph here, it says, the collective agreement within these communities often overpowers the rational dissent of scientists. This makes it exceedingly difficult for factual corrections to alter these deeply entrenched beliefs. Keep in mind, these are the same people who told you to get vaccinated, who told everybody out there that we were conspiracy theorists, that the vaccines were perfectly safe, that you'd be immune from ever getting another vaccine, and you'd be able to live your life again. It wasn't about control. It wasn't about getting you to give up your rights, right? That's what they all told you. Or, I know everyone here obviously knows, but everybody out there who listens, that's what they told everybody. We were all nuts. And then it was proven we were right. And these people are so narcissistic, they don't want to believe we were right. So they decided that they would still rather believe these people who've been lying to them and feeding them lies because they're weak, warp-minded people. Same with the chemtrails, folks.
It's a reinforcing bias.
So this is propaganda 101. They don't want you to believe in chemtrails that bad. that they put out an article like this. And like the biggest problem is that people who believe in conspiracy theorists keep getting recommended stuff about chemtrails over and over again. So it enforces their belief. Oh, yeah. How about all of us who talk about this stuff are completely censored? The alt-right's allowed to remain out there. You don't hear these alt-right daily wires talking about chemtrails, fluoride. They might bring attention to, the vaccines, because that garners support for them. Because you have to be a complete sucker. You know, they're not going to be able to lure people unless they're anti-vaccine. But they were all pushing the vaccine in the beginning, too. All the right-wing media was.
That's
and
true.
all of us continued to get support when we called it out. I remember I was getting people on my older channels that were still alive at the time. And they're going, I can't believe this guy was talking about this in 2016, 2017. How do you know? I didn't know they were trying to get vaccines to people. Oh, they're trying to kill people. Right? So they were waking up to this stuff because the evidence was there that we were all talking about.
In 2018, I want to say, excuse me, 2017, 2018, I was part of the mefloquine, hard to pronounce, mass tort to go against the government regarding an anti-malarial drug that was banned in other countries, in other first world countries, and then after that approved within Canada. And it was given to myself and countless other soldiers within the Canadian Armed Forces from like the late 1980s, 90s, and then into the 2000s, and caused so many adverse side effects in people, crazy side effects, like not just seizures and neurological disorders and paralysis and nightmares and all that other stuff, but actual suicidal tendencies and homicidal tendencies as well, and banned in other countries because of that, and then approved here. And so that was years before COVID. I was part of that mass tort. And so I had looked at all the data, all adverse side effects, so many fucking different things. And that was like, again, like an even further awakening that I experienced. And that's why I was also more sus looking at the mRNA therapeutics that they were trying to push, remdesivir, so many different things. I was like, and that's why as well. That's also why I'm not vaccinated with a specific therapeutic, despite the fact that I was vaccinated. My immunization booklet is fucking completely packed, including like typhoid and fucking polio, all that stupid shit, boosters and everything. And again, like once you know better, you do better. And so I'm saying like, and I was calling this stuff out years in advance, and part of mass torts to try to stop things like COVID from happening, the implementation of these Can-4gens and forced inoculations on people. I was trying to stop that from happening years before 2020. And I have the proof. And so, and that's what I want to say to people as well, with so many other things as well. Like, I'm not just like reacting to different events and stuff like that. Like, I'm aware of what's going on, and I've been for years, and the proof is literally in the things that I've been involved with within years prior to things happening. And I hope that makes sense. And that's just one example of others. And it's not me being cocky or saying like I'm an amazing person. Absolutely not. Like it's terrifying that I've been trying to fucking get this information out for years. And it just broke my heart that the Can-4gens were implemented and created and stuff like that. And that this mass tort was delayed. And fuck it. It just, anyway, but they absolutely did not want this to go through, because again, then they would have lost the trillions of dollars that they made during this pandemic. If this mefloquine mass tort would have finally got through, because we were waiting years in the courts for this to make it to the courts, and it kept on getting delayed. If this would have finally made it before 2020, before the pandemic, none of this would have happened. And that's why I've cried so much over this. Sorry. Sorry. Stupid. It's exhausting because I've tried for years, and there's so many people that have been infected by this fucking scam pandemic, and people are still now pushing the fucking vaccine in Ottawa, Canada, including our fucking prime minister, whose father assisted with the moon landing hoax. Infuriating. I didn't mean to cry. Like, I don't mean to be fucking dramatic. Even with what's going on with Ukraine, and people don't even know how many hundreds of thousands of people have died there for a proxy war and the genocide that's going on in Palestine. It's on my whiteboard. Tried to warn people.
Long beforehand. So you got to be a real sucker, folks. It's amazing that they have the balls to put stuff like this out, but it shows you that it works. It's for us, we look at it and we go, they're ridiculous and pathetic. But for the real dumb people, this stuff works. And that's why they continue to do it. Otherwise, they would use different methods. So the title was The Truth Behind Those White Streaks Trailing Behind Jets in the Sky. Right? But the truth of the matter is that the government, the fake stream media, they all have brown streaks in their underwear because they are so fearful of truth that they have to put garbage like this out. I thank everybody for being here on the website. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you had a good laugh about this. You can find the article on CNN if you want. Unbelievable, folks. Thanks for being here again. God bless all of you as always and your families.
Sorry. I don't mean to be emotional. I don't know why I am. In this industry, you have to dissociate a little bit better. Or it can really get to you. And so I'm just going to finish this. So I don't want people to see me end the video like this. Like, I'm going to be okay, obviously. So.
Or ability to get the most people to vote for them. A candidate ascends to presidency because they are selected by their bloodline. A bloodline that can be traced back to House of Plantagenet. Critics of the most royal candidate theory have claimed that the odds of any given person being distantly related to royalty are remarkably high, with one estimate suggesting that more than 150 million Americans are of royal descent. So there's quite a few of us who can trace our lineage back to royalty. One model uses a formula that was created from research at Yale and aimed to find Europe's most common ancestor. What they discovered is that if you took the entire population of Europe and plugged it into this formula, you'd have to go back around 1,300 years or 46 generations to find the generation that contains Europe's most common ancestor. And that ancestor would likely be someone of royal blood since that family tree has survived. Meaning that, with this model, everyone in Europe is descended from Charlemagne. It should be noted, though, that the House of Plantagenet is quite a bit more recent than the reign of Charlemagne. Furthermore, if it is true that an estimated 1/3 of Americans are said to be descended from the Plantagenets, you would think the number of American presidents who can trace their bloodline back to King John would actually be less than 98%, as Bridge-Ann's model suggests. But actually, it's more than 98%, since Donald Trump is related to King John as well. And it was discovered after Bridge-Ann's media blitz that Martin Van Buren's ancestry can be traced back to King John's mother. So that puts us at 100% of United States presidents who are tied back to the House of Plantagenet, which is interesting for such a small sample size. That being said, I personally have a problem with the most royal candidate theory. Hello, this is my opinion. Both Bridge-Ann's project and the most royal candidate theory rely on something that most politicians don't have. Honesty. Honesty about who's your daddy and baby mamas throughout time. But beyond that, does the royal candidate theory and Bridge-Ann's extracurriculars have any meaningful significance in deciphering what is truly playing out on the world stage? In my opinion, while I find this topic to be endlessly fascinating and I could happily make 20 videos on this topic, the line of questioning feels a bit misdirected. If you really believe presidents are selected, not elected, then why aren't we discussing the bloodlines of those who are doing the selecting? Who are the people we aren't talking about? What are their motives? What is their belief system? Sure, the puppet is interesting, but how about who's pulling those strings? What do you think, internet friends? Are presidents selected or are they elected? As always, I look forward to your comments. Thank you so much for watching and subscribing.
They are selected. Spoiler alert. And it's based on the percentage of their blood or their bloodline or lineage, whatever, that is connected to various bloodlines. Like how close you are to certain bloodlines. Again, ridiculous, This is a light in motion electrical magnetic reality that's being projected on a flat plane of inertia. And if that's the case, then we're all essentially created at the same time, and our ancestors were created at the same time, and we all have value and worth and etc. And yeah, and I look at these people and their bloodlines and look at what has happened since, and maybe they're not necessarily the best people for the jobs anymore. And if you look at times where there's been advanced civilizations that predate these figures, these Charlemagne figures, Alexander the Great figures, we have remnants all over the world of beautiful infrastructure, the ones that are still in existence, the ones that were not melted or covered over or sunk or destroyed, all over the world, that are beautiful, advanced, more evolved structures that do incorporate the like the free energy designs and stuff like that within the components, within the designs, and that predate Benjamin Franklin by like over 1,000 friggin' years or more. And I've shown videos of that and footage of that to compare for years as well. And I was going on all these tangents. I'm like 10,000 hours in, and so just things to consider. And so on that note, I will leave it at that, and I hope that everyone has a wonderful rest of your day.